Our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Popstar Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of The Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo! What it do, baby boos? What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson. Still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character-driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. They found a new take on, the bully and a new take on the nerd. It's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food. And that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says. But the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin, and, being his gentle self and, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watch that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question. But what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high. But it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school. That it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business. I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to
Look, I need you to beat them up,
yeah.
Gigi. It just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, I told you he wouldn't care. This is literally the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me you just too.
I tried. I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt it was too soon. It's too soon. It's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it. Never will. Great show. I'll never see it. What I watch that I'm obsessed with right now. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments. But it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield, I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million, I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. It's so interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title, Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it, I guess I saw it, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever Farm with his mom. And about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue. They need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog. Would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and just I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks. And then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and I just lost my mind. And I called my husband, and I'm like, I can't get rid of her. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show. Fine, we can keep her. Please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good. But there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need, you know, hypoallergenic or whatever, like you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, I mean, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, you know, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's gonna work in your family. I mean, you can find such great animals and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training. And she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? Like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. I mean, she'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people keep like, they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just like want to keep petting her, but like the next day she might be like, I don't really like, I'm not like feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, you know, like she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now like when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and like on a day off, and sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She like, I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. Like she runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely like calm people down, I think. And so yeah, she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair, but she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. Like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into.
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake, and like it was something I could really, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character and the fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom. It was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that, people like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode, who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch I had such a great time with, and all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my God, it's Raquel Welch, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week, and it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. Some of the guys from like Baywatch and, like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses. And it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. We had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, you know, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, you know, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, you know? And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, you know, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment, because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they're in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, you know, I mean, not just me, the whole show, you know, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. You know, they might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything, you know?
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I liked the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And, oh God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things. I love doing that show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time, you know, talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. You know, we have the same sense of humor. Yeah, she's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode Actually, the one that tickles me the most because it was so different, there was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode, I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
Uh-huh. I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs. Oh, boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I loved the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom.
Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, "Today," that was your favorite, your favorite song, and "Today you can call me Bill."
Emily would tease me, saying, "If only your name was Bill, then this could be our song." Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill, and this is our song.
That was wonderful. He was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. Why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Popstar today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
Welcome to AAPI Amplified, Stronger Together, our Today All Day special celebrating AAPI Heritage Month. And to honor that, we are showcasing the Asian American and Pacific Islander leaders making a difference in their communities. Like Helen Nguyen, the inspiring entrepreneur followed her dream to open a restaurant, but it happened at the worst time, right as the pandemic began. Restaurants saw massive layoffs and closures, but Asian restaurants were hit especially hard. But against all odds, Helen managed to keep her restaurant surviving and thriving. Here's how she did it. Helen Nguyen starts almost every day like this. The first to arrive and often the last to leave her Vietnamese restaurant near Chinatown in New York City. It's been that way nearly every day since Saigon Social opened on March 13th, 2020. A day many of us will never forget.
I am officially declaring a national emergency.
Americans in retreat tonight seeking isolation in the face of the coronavirus.
The 13th was supposed to be our grand opening and it just didn't feel right. It's like, hey, look, I think we need to cancel this. And then it was one day turned into three, turned into like a whole week. And I think it was at the end of that first week when I realized that there might not be an end to this.
On top of the lockdown and empty streets, a rash of anti-Asian racism across the country, making it especially challenging for Asian restaurants. According to credit card data, spending at restaurants across New York City dropped by 85% during the height of the pandemic. But in Chinatown, it went down 96%.
This is one of the restaurants that hasn't reopened since the pandemic, and it's one of my favorite restaurants that I used to buy lunch all the time.
Wellington Chen is the executive director of the New York City Chinatown Business Improvement District. He says of the 300 restaurants in the neighborhood, only 29 remained open. He says what happened here was reflected in Asian business enclaves nationwide.
People associate with us wearing the mask as being the virus carrier, and that precipitated, and then the anti-Asian hate, and then the real outbreak. So we took a deep dive.
With no in-person diners, Helen operated Saigon Social at a loss for months, serving takeout through a window, often running it completely by herself, even sleeping at the restaurant.
I found a lot of comfort in just staying here and cooking. I just didn't want to leave. I didn't want to go home because I wasn't really sure which direction it was heading.
How close did you come to closing your doors?
Oh, I think that it almost felt like every day. I just knew that I needed to be here because it was the only thing that was comforting me at the time.
She found the grit to keep going by giving back. She partnered with nonprofit groups Heart of Dinner and Feed Forward to serve free meals to the elderly in the neighborhood, people who struggled to safely get food. Finally, last summer, a break from the virus, a return to indoor dining, and profits. Then Omicron hit.
The most dominant COVID strain in the U.S.
It wasn't just the initial shutdown. You had to shut down a second time?
Yes, that was very painful.
On the verge of shutting down, Helen shrunk her staff and switched back to takeout until finally Omicron waned. She says Saigon Social is now turning a small profit. She has a staff of 17, open for dinner 7 nights a week. Her favorite part of the job? Interacting with diners and seeing their faces when they try the food.
Do you like mushrooms? Yeah. Yes, then you should probably do our steamed rice roll.
What did you learn from this experience?
You definitely cannot do it alone.
And businesses are coming together.
This place has great rice noodle.
Chen says Chinatown now has 294 open restaurants. What can people do to support the businesses and restaurants here?
Have dialogues, have a better understanding, treat it as though this is our fellow human being. I have no doubt that this community, including New York, will come back.
Gold House is a nonprofit that was started to unify more than 50 Asian ethnicities and empower them. NBC's Craig Melvin caught up with the folks behind the organization.
Right now, for the last couple of years, the Asian American community has been in the spotlight for good or wrong reasons. But we don't want that just to be a moment. We don't want that just to be a blip and then wait another 20 years when we get to have the attention.
Turning a moment into a movement. Executive Director Jeremy Tran and President Bing Chen are leaders at Gold House. It's a collective of Asian and Pacific Islander changemakers fighting for socioeconomic equity.
How was Gold House born?
A bunch of us were in a room and we all looked around and we wondered why Asians just weren't thriving in society. Why on media we felt like we were always portrayed as weak or the villains. We wondered why when we walked into our offices and our work, why we were employed but weren't being promoted. Across the board, we wondered, why does no one see us in the way that we think we deserve to be seen? And we decided it was time to do something about it.
Along with the support of some of the most influential names in the community, from actor Daniel Day Kim to fashion designer Prabal Gurung to Olympian Nathan Chen to executives of major companies, the group established itself in 2018 with the aim to unite and uplift.
Where does the name come from? What does Gold House mean?
It means two things. One is house. We're trying to breed familiarity and safety. This is a safe haven that you can come home to. I think gold is actually the fusion of the 50 incredible ethnicities we have in the API diaspora. And second is we're trying to head on target the misperception that all API folks are cheap. We're not. Some of us are easygoing. Some of us are a little high maintenance. We do want to show that there's an air of premiumness, of quality.
The first part of the movement was focused on Hollywood, with the organization's Gold Open concept, amplifying API-led films like Crazy Rich Asians and Parasite to ensure box office success.
We're now the first API call for every Hollywood studio, network, and streamer on everything from cultural consultation, so making sure we get script storytelling right, all the way to marketing.
From partnering with Spotify to bolster musicians to creating a filmmaker fellowship with Netflix and Tribeca Studios, their success landed them a feature in Vanity Fair. Today, the influence of Gold House expands beyond entertainment, whether it's through a book club or empowering entrepreneurs with funds and resources. But the next phase will focus on helping other communities shine as well.
I understand that the organization is aiming to do some projects with other marginalized groups, some collaborations. What are we looking at here?
Gold House is not trying to build a world formed by Asians. That's so backwards, self-segregationist, myopic. That's not why we're here. We're trying to empower the world's majority, APIs, we're 4.5 billion people, to serve and lead all marginalized folks. I know very few good ways to support another community sincerely than to invest in them, to show them and put our money where our mouths are. So we can share talent, we can share dollars, and we can share deals. Because I don't know that we can just wait for the old system to employ all of us, to promote all of us, or to invest in us.
So much of what we recognize as important out there is the intersectionality between being Asian, Asian American, and also being part of the disability community, being part of the LGBTQ+ community. So where we live is finding those intersectionalities and finding ways to amplify each other.
The group's ultimate goal for Gold House to not even be around, because that means there's no need for a group to be fighting for Asian American representation. Coming up next, we will introduce you to the Girl Scouts' first Asian American CEO.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Girl Scouts of the USA registered its earliest troop of 18 back in 1912. Now the organization has 2.5 million members, and for the first time in its 110-year history, it is led by an Asian American woman. NBC's Chanel Jones sat down with her exclusively to learn what and who inspires her. Take a look.
We have 2.5 million girls and volunteers. There are 25 million school-age girls in the United States. So we have a huge gap, and I have the ambition to reach all of them.
Sophia Chang is the first Asian American CEO of Girl Scouts of the USA. The organization was founded more than a century ago by Juliette Gordon Lowe in Savannah, Georgia.
Is it exciting to jump into something new like this?
So exciting. A little scary.
Chang's career includes 20 years as an executive at HBO, but her story began in Brazil, where she was born to Chinese parents.
I would have never connected those dots to where I am today.
Sophia's parents moved to the U.S., leaving 2-year-old Sophia and an older sister to be raised by grandparents until Sophia was 10.
We came to Philadelphia. My parents had a small Chinese restaurant, and my sister and I spent every single day after school there and every single weekend working for them. I can make a really good wonton.
She and her sister quickly learned how to speak English.
We served as translators for our family and really taking on these adult responsibilities. What I didn't realize at the time was that it really was preparing me for leadership. I think that's a lot of what we do at Girl Scouts. It's to prepare them for leadership, but in a really fun and dynamic way.
It's not lost to me. You're the first Asian American CEO. Is there a message that you hope resonates?
This is obviously a dream that I didn't even know I had. I'm proud, and I hope that this is an opportunity for girls, Asian, not Asian, to dream big.
In her new role as CEO, Sophia makes it her mission to meet as many of the Girl Scouts as she can.
What has it been like to talk to some of these girls?
They are incredibly articulate, poised, and well-spoken, and they have a big heart. What I'm most impressed by is whenever they think of themselves in a place of leadership, they really think about it as, why not me?
These days, the Girl Scouts are tasked with an even bigger purpose.
They are an exciting generation who wants to take on inequality, food scarcity, mental health, sustainability. Our job is to create a broad program.
Beyond the program, Sophia, whose daughter is a Girl Scout, has also put in the work, helping with cookie sales.
Talk to me about being a parent volunteer.
Well, in my first year, I volunteered to be cookie mom.
Okay.
And when I walked into my apartment, there were boxes of cookies everywhere. And some of the parents called and said, can we pick them up later? And I said, no, you can't, because I need to shower. Because they were also in the shower.
Oh my gosh.
The Girl Scouts made headlines recently when a judge dismissed their lawsuit filed against the Boy Scouts in 2018. The suit claimed that the Boy Scouts branding caused confusion and damaged Girl Scouts recruitment and marketing efforts.
Our goal really is to ensure that there's no confusion. We are two separate organizations. I absolutely love that girls have so much choice, and they can choose co-ed organizations, single-focused organizations. What we are at Girl Scouts is a girl-led, girl empowerment, women empowerment organization that was born 110 years ago. We offer programs broadly, and we provide skills, we make those connections, and we do it in a community of peers, and we do it in a community of adults, and that's what we are.
While the Girl Scouts plan to appeal, Sophia has other plans on the horizon for the organization.
What's on your vision board for the Girl Scouts?
Let's reimagine a world with less selfies and more self-empowerment.
Ooh. You got your work cut out for you.
And speaking of girl power, we want to introduce you to the preteens behind AAPI Youth Rising, an advocacy group started last year by Mina Fedor when she was just 13 years old. Now she and her friends are hoping to inspire change in between pizza parties and homework. NBC's Savannah Sellers caught up with them in San Francisco.
If adults don't do anything, we have to do something. And if we don't do anything now, it's not going to change.
For teens Mina Fedor, Ashi Gupta, Si-U Ri, and Charlie Trenkel, activism was never in their plans.
We never really started off like, I'm going to found an organization, we're going to be a group, we're going to get that 501c3. It was more of like a friend group.
These 8th graders are the founders of AAPI Youth Rising, an organization focused on taking small actions to make a big difference. Each of them impacted by the rise in attacks against Asian Americans during the pandemic.
Once, I think we were somewhere, and my mom told us not to speak in Mandarin, which was like, I was kind of confused at that time, but then I realized like later why. They said something about me going back to my own country. It hurts a lot because I've been here.
After speaking out in a virtual school assembly, Mina decided to gather people in real life by organizing a rally with the help of friends last March in Berkeley, California.
Is this what it means to be Asian American youth right now? I thought, oh, that would be a great idea, just to, I don't know, do something fun and, make something and have a positive message for the AAPI community.
The rally drew a crowd of 1,200, giving them the confidence to double down on their work.
What makes you decide, hey, now this is really an organization?
Seeing the impact the rally made, it just really made us realize that we can make a difference.
So tell me about the work that you're doing.
The 1 by 180 pledge, we ask people to support in just one day, only one day of AAPI history out of the 180 instructional days of the school year.
These young women crafted the material for that course themselves, and they'll be the ones teaching it in their school, with other schools following soon.
So if we're taught what we're experiencing and what AAPI people have contributed to our community, it would be very important for everyone to know about, because then we know that AAPI people actually belong in America and we're not like foreigners or the model minority.
They also joined other student-led coalitions in support of AB 101, a bill that would require every public high school student in California to take an ethnic studies course, signed by Governor Gavin Newsom last October.
What was it like? I mean, you're all middle schoolers getting involved in the legislative process.
The biggest or most impactful actions you can take are often supporting legislative bills. I had to find out how the California legal system works. I had to figure all this stuff out.
What is it like to fit this into school schedules, after school activities?
I mean, I think of it as like a part-time job, even though I never had a job before.
It's a job they take seriously, just recently helping to bring this mural to life, honoring AAPI heroes, and partnering with American Girl on the 2022 Girl of the Year, the first Chinese American doll to take the honor. Young people showing you don't have to be an adult to make change.
What's your hope when other middle schoolers see what you guys are doing?
Just talk to people, get the word out about whatever issue it is that you feel really passionate about fighting for. You don't have to create a club or create an organization, create a group to affect other people. Normalizing this sensitive conversation in everyday life is also going to be extremely helpful in creating a change.
Coming up next on our special, some recently unearthed history inside one of America's most famous national parks.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Lynn, nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go to Yosemite National Park now, our nation's third national park and home to some of America's most iconic landscapes. NBC's Richard Louie set off to learn more about the Chinese workers who helped build much of what still remains in the park today.
I started working here because I really wanted to learn more about the environment, to share this place with people. So to stumble upon this research and to realize this story hadn't been told for so long, it just seemed like this great opportunity to really shed light on something that I think is really important.
Yen Chan is a Chinese-American ranger at Yosemite National Park, a place she has loved since she was an intern here in 1993.
Why didn't I know about this history? I was born and raised in San Francisco, used to come to Yosemite. And
I didn't know about it either, and I grew up in Los Angeles.
From logging to roads to railroads, in laundries, kitchens, and hotels, thousands of Chinese immigrants were the essential workers here in the late 19th century.
So Yen, this is really quite amazing. People have been driving by here for decades, and then there's this jewel. What is it?
This is the original Chinese laundry building built in 1917, and it was the laundry for the Wawona Hotel.
And how did you find it?
It wasn't used as a laundry, it was used as a storage shed for a long time.
Fully restored last year, the laundry building is just one part of the park's larger history that Yen helps to preserve.
30 years ago almost, I was an intern, and that's when I first heard that Chinese were responsible for building this incredible road through the High Sierra that connects people across this mountain.
Another main road still used today is a 23-mile stretch that 300 Chinese workers started in 1874 in the dead of winter with nothing more than hand picks, wheelbarrows, and shovels. It was completed in less than 5 months and leads here to this hotel, the oldest in the park.
Part of our mission at the National Park Service is to tell both the natural and the cultural history of this country. And not all these stories are pretty or beautiful.
Fleeing poverty and environmental disasters in China, workers arrived in America during the gold rush, but life did not always pan out as they hoped.
They faced so much discrimination while they were here. The Chinese were one of the main targets of these really racist laws. They weren't allowed to become citizens, and there was a period of time when they couldn't testify in the court system. And women were also excluded to a large degree, so that also made it hard for the Chinese here to start families.
Despite all the hardships, the workers also contributed their extraordinary culinary skills to the park. One chef, Teasing, cooked in the backcountry in 1915 for officials who came to Yosemite to determine if National Park should receive government funds.
He made their experience so memorable that these people went out, campaigned, and convinced Congress within a year to form the National Park Service. This is the back porch of the Wawona Hotel's kitchen. And Ayu would often sit back here in a chair.
Another beloved Yosemite chef was Ayu, who was head chef at the Wawona for 47 years.
What do we know about Ayu?
He was so revered in the kitchen.
We're talking about the first farm-to-table chefs of at least that era.
Actually, the Chinese were responsible for a lot of the fresh vegetables and fruits grown here.
Yenyen's research is drawing visitors to the park. We were even stopped by a fan who asked for her autograph.
Thank you so much.
I think all Asian Americans and Americans should think about this story and be proud of the contributions that they did here. And the fact that we have this national park, it's in many ways due to their hard work in making this place accessible to the public and making the story of Yosemite widespread.
That legendary Yosemite chef Teasing now has a peak named after him in the park, Sing Peak. Now, law enforcement agencies across the country have seen a sharp rise in hate crimes against Asians since COVID-19 hit in 2020. NYPD gave us access to its chief of detectives to talk about how they're trying to stop this disturbing trend. And there are signs of progress.
The first viral videos were shocking. At the start of the pandemic, elderly Asians attacked, slowly spreading fear throughout the Asian American community. 2 years later, the violence continues.
Reports of hate crimes are up across all minority groups. But according to the Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism, Asian Americans are seeing the biggest spike. From 2020 to 2021, the number of anti-Asian incidents reported across major cities increased 224%.
New York City making national headlines for brutal crimes against Asians. NYPD's chief of detectives, James Essig, leads the department's 4,000 detectives, including the Hate Crime Task Force, which is now under new leadership. He met us for an exclusive interview in Chinatown, just blocks away from where 35-year-old Christina Yuna Lee was followed home and murdered.
The one thing with the Asian hate crimes, more than any other particular ethnic group, it's personal. They're getting punched in the face, they're getting spit on, they'd be pushed.
3 months ago, police say a man attacked 7 Asian women in a 3-hour period. He now faces 13 hate crime charges and has pled not guilty.
Have you seen the Asian American community as out front on an issue like this?
No, never. The Asian community is very reserved, but never seen crimes like this against the Asians. It just seems like, again, 2 years ago, just astronomically spiked.
Chief Essig encourages victims to come forward.
We have spoken with some people who say that when they did come forward, that they felt that they were brushed off or that they were discouraged from reporting the hate crime. Are you concerned about that?
Well, from my perspective as the chief of detectives, when we get that case, we're going to do a full investigation.
What's your message to the officers taking these reports?
Well, taking a report, they don't fall under me. If somebody comes to the police and they're reporting something, we have to take everything serious, and especially a hate crime. If that's the case, then we have to do a hell of a lot better job.
I recently had the chance to talk with actor and now activist Daniel Dae Kim.
You already know what this means.
He's testified before Congress and is currently an advisor on President Biden's Asian American Pacific Islander Task Force.
Recently, you talked about how you have noticed a lot of changes in the Asian American community and how we've responded to the spike in anti-Asian sentiment. What has struck you about the community's response?
I think first and foremost, we've galvanized in a way that I've never seen before. They've never had a greater number of donations than they had over the past year and a half or so. And that's really encouraging. I think within the community, there's a sense that we're in this together.
The president signed into law the anti-Asian hate crime bill. It directs funding to help make it easier for people to report hate crimes. It also puts reporting into multiple languages. Do you think this kind of legislation would have happened without your testimony, without your advocacy?
I think it was really the work of a lot of people who were putting together this act. We are now focused on how we can actually make it happen. What are the logistics of getting those funds to the right places? How can we streamline this to make it the most effective?
And that's our AAPI special. We hope the people and stories we showcase today inspire you to appreciate the countless contributions Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have made to our society, past and present. Thank you for watching.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was, oh, darn. I almost got out of this one clean. Turn it down. Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook, but I'm putting those days behind me for good. Today, Darnell's Super Chef Ferguson is gonna teach me his tricks for the most important meal of the day, breakfast. We're making an American-style omelet with all the fixings, the crispiest candied bacon, and a classic pancakes that everyone in my family will love. I'm feeling pretty confident about this one, and I love breakfast, so let's get started. Darnell Ferguson, thank you for coming all this way. I really love breakfast. I even like breakfast for dinner. Do you ever do that?
See, that's what I was gonna say. You know, we're gonna do breakfast, brunch, and some Brenner.
Okay,
you know?
exactly. I love Brenner.
Our plan for today is 1, Savannah will learn how to cook a flawless sunny side up egg. 2, we'll cook an American style omelet. 3, sprinkle brown sugar and grind pepper for candied bacon. 4, make the pancake batter. 5, use the griddle to make the pancakes. 6, plate and serve.
This is probably gonna make you laugh. I don't really know how to fry an egg. I mean,
Okay.
I've tried it before. I don't know. I don't know how to flip it over. Could we just learn that basic thing first?
Yeah, so since you don't know how to flip it over, let's start with sunny side up.
Okay.
Which is my favorite style of eggs.
All right.
The least cooked egg
Yes.
is a sunny side up egg. Then you have over easy, you have over medium, and every egg keeps getting cooked more. We have our eggs right here.
Okay.
Little 101 for cracking eggs is
Yes.
never crack it on the corner.
Okay.
Do you crack it on the corner at home?
Yeah.
From here on out, you're not going to, okay?
Yeah.
So we're gonna crack it on a flat surface.
Well, but then see, that wasn't very
Perfect.
good.
See, that was easy.
Should I try it again?
Yeah, try another one. There
Just
you
let
go.
me try.
Okay.
This is the only way to learn.
You were strong, so yeah, there you go.
Okay, that was
Perfect.
better.
See? Round 2 is there now.
Practice makes
Yep.
perfect. Okay,
So
now.
we're gonna lightly just let that egg just fall right into the pan.
I see you just did yolk last. Was that on purpose?
Oh no, I don't have a choice. The egg is in control of this show.
Okay,
It's gonna do what it wants to do. I'm just here as a bystander.
Okay, the egg is driving. I'd be worried. I'm already feeling a little stressed like it's gonna burn.
No, it's not gonna burn. It's
Okay.
very low temperatures.
Okay.
Very low. So you don't have to worry about that. And it shouldn't stick because it's non-stick pan. Yours looks like something that is not a true like egg, how perfect that looks.
I mean, it really does. It kind of
does.
looks fake.
Yeah, it does. Like yours doesn't even like a real egg. That's how good you are. You see, that's the confidence you need.
So now you're good for my confidence.
Okay, so we're gonna get a little bit of butter.
Okay.
Right?
And then what?
And then once it melts down, we're going to take our spoon and we're going to just put the butter over the egg whites.
Okay,
And that's going to help cook it.
That's cool.
So you're taking a hot liquid
Yes.
and you're putting it over your undercooked eggs.
But not on the yolk, just on the whites.
Just on the whites.
Okay.
Here you go. I'll show you this perfect egg, which is almost done. Only
Yes.
has about another 30 seconds.
How do you know it's almost done?
It'll be firm.
Okay.
So now it's finished.
Okay.
Now our sunny side up egg, you've done this. Easy, just like a pro. Now we
Okay.
can put it on our plates.
Wow.
You can grab your toast plate.
Okay.
Making eggs is one of the easiest things, but I will tell you this. If you ever want to know how great a chef is,
Yes.
tell them to make you eggs.
Really? Why?
It takes time, it takes a lot of skill, and
How do you get it off the pan?
so it just want to fall right on off.
Oh, you're just
It'll
gonna kind of like
Yep.
slide it.
Just slide it right on off. We have a
Okay.
little flaky sea salt.
Okay, yes. This looks incredible, by the way.
Well, you did it. See?
Wow.
Look at this.
Okay.
And then we got a little black pepper if you like it.
How do you know, though? I guess I'm still obsessed with this, like the yolk. How do I know if it's like runny or thick enough?
The yolk is the easy part.
Okay.
You want it runny. It's
Right.
it's the whites
Okay.
that you want cooked.
Okay.
So the whites are cooked, the yolk is runny, that's sunny side up. And
Look at us.
toast.
Just two chefs
Yep.
making eggs. Cheers.
Yes. You want to try it out? This is what everybody wants.
Oh
right
my
here.
gosh, so good. And of course, I like to mop it up with the toast.
Yes.
Mm,
That's delicious.
so good. Darnell, I think we're ready to graduate to something even trickier.
So you ready to go into omelet making?
I am.
So let's have a good toast to those sunny side up eggs that we made.
We always have a cocktail on this show.
I love it.
I think we're mimosing today. Let me see.
That's delicious.
Ease up on the orange juice.
Omelets are fun. There's not a lot of things you cook that are fun to cook, but omelets are fun to do.
Okay, I'm into this.
They're fast, It'll make you feel like you're in the NBA for a little bit because you can do it and you'll get your confidence up. The first thing you want to do is what we call mise en place. We have everything laid out first, and then we want to make sure our knife skills are perfect. So the first thing we're going to actually do is the ham.
I've learned a couple things about knives.
You're doing great.
Okay.
There you go. I worry about your hands being out like that.
I know. Actually, when I took piano lessons when I was 6, Mr. Claret made us do the piano like this. You know, you were supposed to have curved fingers. That's what, I need to remember that.
It's a great way. So just small pieces, consistent sizes. That way the omelet is pretty smooth.
Okay.
Here we go.
This looks so good. Okay. All right, chopped enough. We got plenty of ham.
Yes.
Ham is my favorite, though. So good.
Ham, wait till you try the candied bacon.
Oh,
it's gonna be your new favorite. I know your kids are gonna love it, by the way. Let's do our eggs.
Eggs, okay. I
Crack 2
learned from a
eggs.
very wise chef. Never on the corner, always here. Now
So
we
we're gonna
whisk.
whisk it?
Okay. I know this from scrambling.
Yes.
I usually do it with a fork. Does it matter?
No.
Okay.
Whisk is, we're gonna put more air into it. So, a little salt and pepper in here.
Okay, oh yes, always salt and pepper. Okay.
Go.
Like this much salt, or is that too much?
No, that's great.
Like what about?
Remember, you can always add more later.
Okay, I know. I tend to undersalt, but now I've been told by so many of you chefs to put more salt that I might be over-salting. How's that? Good?
That looks great. Looks great.
Okay.
We'll whisk that together.
Do you ever put milk in it or no?
Scrambled eggs, I like to put the fat in there. I like to put the milk in there. And it stretches out your eggs so you got a lot of kids to cook for at home.
Yeah.
So I have 8 kids. 6 who stay at my house full time. So
Oh my gosh.
that's why I call my wife my junior chef, because she's always cooking for juniors.
Oh. That's amazing. Wow. Okay.
Before, we're gonna put a little butter in here. We're gonna let it foam up a little bit.
This is my big question about omelet making. When do you put the toppings in?
So there's no right answer to that. You can put it in before, like we're gonna do today,
Yeah.
and let them cook a little bit.
You mean you put the, wait a minute. You put the vegetables in before the eggs?
Yes, that is one way of doing it.
Okay, wow, you're blowing my mind.
Now let's go ahead and put whatever vegetables and meats you want to put inside.
Okay, so
of it.
this would be when I put the spinach in.
Yes.
Which I don't usually like spinach, but I want to learn, so I'm putting
Help
it in.
soften it up a little bit.
Now these are big old leaves. Should I have chopped those smaller?
No, they're gonna cook down.
I'll put a couple peppers.
So we have this going, and remember, all these meats are cured meats, so they're already cooked enough.
Oh, okay.
So we're not worried about cooking the meats.
Got it. It's
Right?
more like heating them up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and pour our eggs in.
Okay. So this is enough.
That's enough.
I don't have to wait for these to be brown
No.
or anything? Okay.
No.
Okay.
There you go. Pour it right in there.
Okay. Ooh.
Fancy.
Okay.
All right. So now go ahead and scramble your egg a little bit.
Okay.
Because we want to get everything evenly incorporated.
Okay.
There you go. And then now we're going to let it set. Perfect.
Get over there. I want it to look like yours does though.
So look, now I'm going under my egg a little bit, allowing the runniness to run off and go underneath it. Yep. So you don't have.
I don't have
much
any
of it.
runniness.
So you have a little bit right
Well,
there.
with there. Should
Yep.
I just make a hole for it?
There you go. We'll help each other out.
Okay.
There you go. And then
Now
you don't have much.
lift. Okay. Oh, but I want that. Oh, I see. So like any of this little extra bits.
Yep. Now it's cooking. So we'll leave it like this for 1 second.
So do you feel like a spatula like this is the good implement, like the
you
easiest?
need a rubber spatula.
A rubber spatula.
Yep.
Okay.
Would you rather just put our toppings right here and fold it over, or do you want to flip an omelet first?
I think I need to learn to flip.
Okay. We're going to assist the flip. It's called an
Okay.
assisted flip.
Assisted flip.
I have my spatula under a little.
Yes.
And I'm going to use that to help me flip my egg over.
Oh, the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, no way can I do this.
Your
no
left
way.
hand is hard
Yes,
for
I'm a
left-handed people.
Everything's hard for us.
So go towards the top.
Wait, what? Oh, because I was gonna flip it that way, but you don't
that's
think
what's more comfortable. I'm not left-handed.
Okay,
so
yeah.
everything's different for people
Okay,
who are.
yeah, we're special us
So
lefties.
go under a lot,
Okay,
and then
I'm
you want
under
to
a lot.
assist
Okay.
it with the flip over like that.
I'm scared.
It's like jumping in a pool.
I can't. Okay, one.
You have it.
I know it's gonna fail. Okay, one. I don't want to ruin it. See? No,
you're
but
good.
it didn't.
Now you go back and you just get the rest over.
Okay, but
See?
that wasn't good.
That was good.
Is it supposed to? No, I did it wrong.
No, you're perfect.
But is it? Look, it's folded now like a burrito.
You're gonna fold it over again. It's okay.
Okay.
So now you'll
just
put your
leave
cheese
it, just
inside.
roll with it like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you'll put. I like Gruyere cheese.
Okay, me too. Which
So
one's that?
That's that one. Yes.
I like that too.
So put it on the furthest point of your omelet,
Oh, that's interesting. Why is that?
because you're gonna flip it over and you want all that heat to sit right on top of it.
I'm gonna do. Which is this sausage?
That is sausage.
Sausage is my
Yes.
favorite. Ham is my favorite. I'm going for it.
There you go.
And all on the side too again.
Yep, all on that
Okay.
side. You did a good job flipping.
I don't know. I want it, but was it supposed to be like half like this, or was it supposed to really be covering the whole pan?
This is at home cooking. You know, now if you were in the restaurant and we had to, see, this is what you're about to eat at home. So that is perfect for at home.
But I want to get an A, Darnell. I want to be
that's
like.
That's an A minus, but it's still an A.
Okay.
You know? So
okay.
Then I want to flip my egg
Okay,
over
we're
to
flipping
the other
again.
side.
Oh, like another folder, like this, like that?
Yep, just fold it over. Yep.
See, assisted with Darnell. Now it's getting kind of brown. Is that too brown?
No, you're fine.
I mean, look, this is a disaster.
That is good.
No, you know it isn't. And now these guys are falling out.
Well, technically, you're going to eat them anyway.
Okay.
So you got to keep your eyes on the prize.
But I don't think they're getting too warm.
There you go.
Come on, Darnell. You know this is a fail. You don't have to be nice about it. Can I just creep those guys in there?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then we put it on our plates.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't flip it again? I feel like it needs another flip.
Flip yours one more time. See? There you go.
Yeah, okay. I like to flip a lot. This is the saddest omelet. You know it. We all know it. Let's compare. Oh. Wonder who did what. It doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're being hard on yourself.
Okay.
This is just one part of breakfast. We still have to do the candied bacon and the powerful pancakes.
Oh, okay. So I'll go get these on the table.
All right.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Everybody loves bacon.
No, everyone loves candied bacon.
I was going to say, usually if I make bacon, I just put it in the microwave. Can we still be friends?
We can be friends, because if you're cooking, that means I'm eating.
Okay. Yes. But candied bacon seems intimidating.
Yes. Super Chefs, our restaurants, are the home of the candied bacon.
Okay.
This is our specialty. You cannot even come in and ask for regular bacon. We don't offer it.
How do we do it?
So I'm gonna open up the pack.
Okay.
I'll open it for you. You can get us a half cup of brown sugar in that bowl for me.
All right. Like just pack it a little?
Yeah, pack it down. We're gonna lay our bacon sideways. So if you're cooking bacon at home, the reason why the microwave isn't the best method is because it shrivels down the bacon.
Well, that's true.
Yep. Whereas if you cook it on the sheet tray or you cook it in the oven, it keeps the bacon the same length as the bacon.
Now you have this like wire rack and foil. Is that necessary?
It's really necessary for candied bacon.
Okay.
So we have the wire rack, that way the bacon doesn't cook in its own fat. So
How'd you get into cooking, Darnell?
I got into cooking by watching Emerald on TV. He was my inspiration. He was very unique. And if I wasn't going to be a chef, I was going to be a Navy SEAL, so he had a really good uniform on. And I wanted to wear a uniform. So
now you have a chef's uniform.
Yeah, now we have chef coats, which everyone has to wear I'm gonna get you a chef coat.
Oh, I don't know if I deserve it.
First thing we're going to do is we're going to freshly cracked black pepper on top of it.
How much?
How much pepper do you like? A little bit.
I only like a little.
So we'll put a little bit on there. See, that's the thing about cooking. It's about the person, not the recipe. I'm gonna go right down one piece first.
Oh, okay.
See, you're a rebel. You just went everywhere. I
know. It's like, well, I didn't know. Now I see I should have watched you first. Yours is more classy. But you're putting a lot on there.
Well, I want to taste something besides sweet. Because black pepper also has a little heat to it.
Yeah, okay.
And then we're gonna sprinkle brown sugar on top of each piece.
So,
Be as attentive as you would like to.
Okay.
Here we go. So if you want to grab these two and take them to the oven, I can open the door for you.
Oh, we're doing oven, we're not frying. Yeah.
No, always at home. Turn your oven on 400 degrees.
Yes.
Put your bacon on a rack and just put a timer.
Oh,
You don't
really?
have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
It'll come out perfectly and it won't lose all of its size.
Oh.
We'll go ahead and put these in the oven on 400 for 25 minutes.
Okay, got it. Does it matter which rack?
No, because we're gonna use both of them.
Okay.
Now, if we have the broiler on, then it matters which rack. But
Okay.
since we have it on bake, it won't matter.
All right.
See, you are almost there with candied bacon.
That wasn't that hard.
No, that was easy.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What comes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
It's pancake time.
Okay.
So I gave you a personal recipe of mine. You know, I worked on this for years to perfect it.
This is the Darnell Ferguson perfect pancake right
Yes,
here.
this is it right here. So we're gonna start with the batter first.
Bye-bye Bisquick.
Yeah. Yes, bye-bye.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do first is our wet mix. We're
Okay.
gonna start with our version, well, my version of buttermilk.
Okay, 2 cups, which you can see. Now, why not just use old buttermilk? Like, why are we using our own?
Okay, so this is what happened. In the restaurants, buttermilk is so expensive
Yeah.
compared to regular milk that I could not feasibly charge people what I had to for how much the buttermilk was costing me. So I figured out how to make the same exact thing happen.
So milk plus, oh, this looks like a 1/4 cup of the
distilled vinegar, yep.
Okay, and am I just stirring this up?
Nope, just let it sit.
Oh, okay.
Let it sit, the curdle a little bit. You see it's getting a little thicker
Oh,
up
I
top.
do see that.
See?
Oh,
Like
okay.
buttermilk would get.
Interesting.
Yep, so we have that going on. Now let's go ahead and crack 3 eggs inside of here.
Okay.
There we go. There for your shells.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Thank you. You wanted to use the side of this at first, I can tell.
I did, but I fought the urge because you taught me and I don't want you to think I'm not listening. I am definitely
Thank you.
listening. Yeah.
Let's try this last egg one-handed. So the key with one-handed eggs is you just want to separate it like this. That way when you crack it right in the middle, you're just pulling it apart.
Okay, I don't know how this is gonna go.
It was a little nervous when I had to learn it my first time. There you go. Now you just pull it. There you go. Look.
Stop! Oh my
Good
gosh,
job.
I did. I would high five you, but I'm all yolky. Okay, now am I whisking these?
Yep, you're gonna go ahead and whisk them together.
Am I trying to get air like I was to the other?
Nope,
for the
just
omelet?
incorporating.
Okay,
There you go,
so
perfect.
is that good?
Yep.
All right.
So let's go ahead and add our vanilla to our eggs.
Okay, let me see. It says I'm obsessed with 1 teaspoon vanilla. Okay.
1 teaspoon of vanilla going right in there. This is our wet mix.
That's it.
So you can go ahead and pour this inside of here if you like.
Okay.
See that? That's what we want right
Wow,
there.
look at that. How interesting. It's all lumpy.
Yep, just like buttermilk.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, so it's mixed. So,
Now this is where I could get kind of messy.
so we'll move that to the side now because you have it done and it's perfect.
Is it
You know-
whisked enough?
Oh, it's going to be whisked up now. So now we have our dry mix. We have our flour here.
Yes.
We're going to add sugar. We are
Sugar.
adding 3/4
3/4 cup sugar. Okay. This says 1 teaspoon baking soda.
Then 2 baking powder.
Okay.
Yep. You need twice as much baking powder than you do baking soda when you're making this batter.
Okay, good to know.
There you go. So we got a little salt going in there too.
How much?
1 teaspoon.
I hate it when they don't tell me how much, you know? I want to know.
Yeah.
It's always like, you chefs, it's always like, a sprinkle of this, a dash of that. Like, well, what about us mortals? We don't know what to do. Okay, now, do I stir it?
There you go.
Okay. Now I'm just kind of mixing it
Yep,
about.
incorporating it in before we mix everything at one time.
Okay. Flour is so messy.
This is where you put the apron on in the restaurant.
Yes.
You put it on at home.
I really should. But I wanted to wear this sweater because we're gonna make magic. Abracadabra.
A little bit in.
And start stirring.
Yep.
Now is this one of those things where you don't wanna like, oh shoot, over mix?
This is that thing.
Okay.
That you don't want to overmix.
How's my whisking technique? Like
You whisk with your shoulders. You want to whisk with your
like
wrist.
what? Like that?
Yep. So more like
Wait,
this.
show me.
You see less. So when you're doing it, your whole arm is into it.
That's right.
Yeah. You just want to.
I'm whisking.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
It already looks
You
like
see your air
nice
bubbles
and thick.
starting
Yes.
to form.
And air bubbles are okay, right?
Air bubbles are what's gonna make it rise.
Oh.
You know, it's gonna be those little pockets of air that's gonna form. So you're perfect right there. You don't have to mix. Look at you.
Clean whisk.
Clean
I was
whisk.
never worried.
So now we're gonna move over to this contraption here.
Okay, this
is our flat top griddle, which is also my favorite cooking utensil in the kitchen. So we have it turned on 300 degrees.
Okay.
Look how much fat is on there. That's all you need.
Okay, wow.
So we're gonna get one ladle right there.
Does this look?
That looks great.
Okay.
Do it right in the middle of that.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. Do you want me to do
You put
yours?
another, yep, do one for me.
Now, big question would be, when do you put the toppings in? Like when it's almost cooked, do I do it now?
Always put the toppings in before you're gonna flip it.
Okay.
Because what happens is, if you put them in now, imagine we put these big old chips inside
Yes.
of it now. It's gonna weight down the batter
Yeah.
from rising. We want it to rise, right?
Yeah. When do you flip the pancake?
So you'll see the bubbles starting to form.
Mhm.
You'll see the outside of it starting to not break over.
Now, I shouldn't be like messing with it,
No,
right?
you shouldn't. You like to touch your food
I
when
do.
you're
I
cooking it.
want to see what's happening. I get antsy.
The goal is when you flip it, you don't want to flip it and the batter runs everywhere.
Why is it already smelling so good?
Because I did the recipe.
It has a little Darnell magic.
About 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes
Okay.
on each side.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
ready to flip
Now,
some
well, wait.
pancakes.
All right, let's watch the flip. We already had, okay.
See, I'm going under 1st. Make sure I got enough underneath there.
God, the pressure.
And then just
Go
a
on.
good flip.
Mine's bigger.
This is
This is like, okay, come on.
confidence. See, confidence.
Do it.
1, 2, ready, go.
Yes!
Perfect. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's perfect.
And I see you want to smash it
I
down.
do. I wanted to
Don't
so
do it.
bad.
I see
I wanted to-
you wanted to smash it down
I
so
did.
bad. I could
What?
tell. No, because you want it to rise.
Okay.
You know, allow the baking powder, baking soda, and the vinegar to do what they were created to do.
Wow, you really get me.
So let's toast to
Okay.
your pancake flipping, your omelet half flipping.
Half flipping.
you
I'm
know,
working on that.
But you're doing a great job.
What about egg cracking?
Oh, the egg was 100%. One hand.
One-handed egg
cracking.
cracking.
So we're ready to go have the plate here, and then
Okay.
our next go around, we're going to just get creative.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yum.
And let's drop some more
Now,
pancakes.
do I need to
down.
respray?
Well, I'm gonna wipe it down first because you
Okay.
can see the oil now
Yeah.
has started to burn.
Yeah. I'm gonna spray it up.
Yep.
I'm gonna do yours too. Okay.
Perfect.
Now, let's see if I've learned this at all. How's that look to you? Enough?
Great.
Okay. Now, wait 10 years while it cooks on each side.
It does take some time. I will
It
give you that.
does. Now, because the previous Savannah that had not been personally trained by Darnell would have probably flipped it right then. Because I'm like, oh, bubbles. But now I know, kind of wait.
Even bubbles.
Patience, grasshopper.
So what kind of toppings are you gonna, what kind of filling are you gonna put in these? I'm going
I-
funfetti for sure.
Yeah, I think if my kids were here, they would definitely not pick the blueberries because it seems healthy and close to the earth. They'd go more for this.
Yeah, so you're gonna do chocolate and
I
peanut
think
butter?
I'm gonna do chocolate and funfetti. Is that crazy? Or chocolate and peanut butter?
Now that sounds like a
Chocolate peanut butter
Snickers made
sounds
in
good.
heaven.
Yeah, that does. Okay, you're right. Chocolate peanut butter.
So go ahead, now it's time.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
it's
that
time.
pancake.
Okay, so now I'm gonna see how you just spread throughout or only in the middle.
Oh, all
So-
throughout.
My kids would die over that. That's so fun. Now look, I want to flip it,
Now
but
you're
now
ready.
am I? Because then this is gonna be right against the hot stove. That's okay?
Oh, that's what we want.
Oh, okay.
Same time, okay?
Oh, God.
One,
Oh boy.
There
Oh
you go.
boy. Stressed out.
1, 2, ready, go.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's a
oh,
perfect
look at
pancake.
look at Almost swished it down. I'm never using the box batter again.
Yes.
That
We're
looks
ready.
done, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I like to put them upside down so you can actually see which pancakes are which.
Yes.
Look at that.
Ding, ding. That looks so good. Okay, bacon's almost done. Should we do a couple more, I guess?
Yes, let's drop a couple more while we get the bacon out the oven.
Can you save this batter, by the way?
You can use that batter for the next 5 days.
No!
So make it one time, cook a little bit that day, the next morning you wake up. That's how people cook pancakes every morning.
Oh my gosh.
It is that time to get this bacon.
Okay.
There you go, so you don't burn yourself.
Yeah. Oh, you've heard about me. Ooh, it smells so good. Oh my gosh, this looks incredible.
Shut up.
Ah, graceful as always. Okay. There we go. Man, that looks good.
Look at that bacon.
Oh my gosh. Yum, this is perfect. It seriously looks so pro. Now I'm just trying to.
Extremely hungry.
I know, me too, me
So
too.
one thing you want to do is while the bacon's still hot,
Yes.
you want to move it off the tray.
Okay,
because
so-
if you let the bacon sit, then it has that chance that it's hardening from the candy.
Hardening, okay,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, so move that, yeah.
Perfect gloss on top of the bacon.
I mean, it looks
See little
perfect.
specks of brown sugar. I imagine this is the one you made because it has less brown sugar on it. I'll take the
It's
little
true, but that's
crispy
good to
pieces.
know.
I am starving now.
Okay. All right, shall we? Want to grab the pancakes?
Yes, let's go eat.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Breakfast with the Breakfast King. Let's go.
Oh, and now the breakfast queen.
Exactly. Well, trying. Maybe princess.
Princess.
The breakfast apprentice. Okay. My omelet doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's a little wonky, but I'm sure it'll taste just fine. Okay. Pretty good if I do say so myself. How's yours?
Whoever made this knew what they were doing.
I gotta eat the pancakes. I mean, come on.
That's good.
That is so delicious.
It's
Oh my
nice,
gosh.
it's light.
It's light, it's fluffy. Goodbye, boxed mix.
Yes.
Hello, Darnell.
A couple more
Oh my gosh.
ingredients to buy at the grocery store, but it's worth it.
It's worth it, and it doesn't take that much longer.
Now you have to
That
try
is-
the bacon too.
Okay. Oh yeah, the bacon.
You forgot all about the
I
bacon.
know, I did actually. That is delicious.
I'm glad you like it.
We love to have people over. I love to cook a big old breakfast. This is a good time to kind of show off and make it seem like you got skills.
Yep, and all it takes is a little sprinkles, some chocolates, chips, and some peanut butter chips.
Oh yeah.
Takes it to a whole nother level.
And the candied bacon.
That will be the star of your house if you have a party or brunch and you have that.
I mean, people will never leave.
Well, now you gotta put it in to-go boxes.
Yeah.
That way they know it's not for here forever.
Thank you so much for teaching me.
No, thanks for allowing me being easy, understanding, and not touching the food so much.
Well, I feel like you gave me some really good secrets, like some special just Darnell stuff, and I'm so honored. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Things I've just been working on for about 10 to 12 years. You
Yeah.
know? Gave them to you in 10 to 12 minutes.
I know. It's like all this heart. I'm really excited to
Oh.
try it.
You did a great job.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yes.
That's right.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editor's picks. This is Shop All Day, Ready, Set, Summer.
Hi, I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. Now today, we're bringing you sunshine and all things summer style, from matching swimsuits for the entire family, including the towel, to all of this season's sandal trends. And don't forget beauty and accessories for the warmer weather. We've got you covered. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can even text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. First, let's talk bathing suits. And newsflash, like many of you out there, I love, love, love a matching set. You can imagine my joy when I discovered these bold and coordinating beach towels from Old Navy with bathing suits to match. Oh my gosh, that would have been enough to make my entire week. But then, as I scroll down the page, I almost lost it. Turns out that there's even more matching to be had. Not only can you match your bathing suit to your towel, you can also match your bathing suit with your entire family. Yes, there are matching bathing suit styles for women, men, boys, and girls, and they are really, really adorable. How fun are these prints? Pink flamingos, bold sunflowers. I love the yellow and black, and the towels. It's so chic. And the matching trend is really big. And I think this would make such a cute family photo op, and also a really cute idea for couples too. Next up, say hello to one of my favorite sporty trends of the season. Ta-da! It's the tennis skirt. Yes, tennis core / all things tennis is shaping up to be one of the top trends of the summer. The beauty of the skirt, as you are likely aware, is that it is a skirt short hybrid. So it's a skirt with a built-in biking short underneath, which makes it an excellent option for any outdoor activity. But here's the thing, especially with this black one, we're seeing women wear their skirts not just for sporty endeavors, but pretty much everywhere, from shopping to lunch to lounging around the house. And how cute is this little skirt? This is a really flattering silhouette. It's got a high waist, which is elastic, and check this out. I mean, loving, loving, loving the little pleating. And look at the shorts underneath. It's got 2 pockets here, and it's also got a little hidden zipper pocket in the waistband. And the brand says it's made out of a really light and breathable poly spandex blend with a little compression. So who doesn't love that, right? And it comes in 20 fun colors. So game, set, and match. This sporty skirt is a real winner. Moving on to one of my favorite accessories for summer, the straw bag. Yes, natural woven bags are one of the hottest accessory trends of the season. And I really, really love this stylish bag from Amazon. It's an affordable take on the trend, and it's made of rattan, which is a palm vine that it's been hand woven in this really beautiful herringbone pattern. Plus, straw is the perfect summer neutral. You really can wear it with anything. And I love how versatile these little bags are. You can take it from the beach to brunch and beyond. It's big enough to carry your essentials, your wallet, sunglasses, computer, towels, you name it. And I love this pom-pom detail. And it even has a removable tassel. So this bag is gonna take you anywhere you need to go this summer in style. And if you were curious about what shoes I'll be wearing all summer, then look no further than these 2 bestsellers. They're part of a big trend out there called recovery slides, which are sandals originally designed to help you recover after workouts. But they're also part of another less scientific trend called the squishy sandal trend. But regardless of what trend you assign them to, the bottom line is they are so comfy that you are never going to want to take them off your feet. I was introduced to this first pair from a brand called Ufos because my 10-year-old niece had them and she let me try them on. And that was it. I have been obsessed ever since. They are absolute comfort. And what makes them so dreamy is the foam technology. It feels like a thick arch-supporting foam platform that the brand says absorbs more impact than traditional footwear. And according to the brand, the footbed is designed to reduce stress on knees, ankles, and other joints. And now for another fashion-forward and affordable take on the recovery slide, we've also got a version of the squishy recovery sandal from Amazon. And shoppers call these cloud slides, and they live up to their name. I have a pair of these, and you feel like you are walking on a fluffy cloud. So you can wear these everywhere, from the beach to the pool to the gym, running around the house, running around town. Or you can really just wear them anytime you want to make your feet happy. And I love all the colors. There's a great selection of both neutrals and brights, but I say go with the brights this summer. So next, let's talk about another slide trend that you are going to want to know about this summer, the braided slide. Yes, this trend might just be one of the biggest of the season, and you're going to see this braided design detail pretty much everywhere. And these little takes from Nordstrom are an excellent example of the trend. I mean, they've got that great oversized braided strap, and it's actually padded, so it really makes a statement. Plus, these slides are no shrinking wallflowers. I love how they look on the foot. They've also got great details like the square toe silhouette, which we're also seeing everywhere. And they come in great neutrals, but I'm also really loving these new neutrals. Pastel yellow and purple are, in my view, the new neutrals of the summer. And surprisingly, they really do go with so much. So for the price, there is no better option for a wear anywhere on-trend slide. And these really look expensive to me. Now, summer means sunshine and a perfect excuse for new sunnies. And I have one word for this pair: chic. And these, I think, are beautiful. Check out the tortoise detail. Tortoise is a really big trend we're seeing out there this summer, as well as the oversized retro look. I've got to tell you, this fabulous oversized shape really does look great on pretty much every face shape. And I think they look really expensive. And my favorite thing about this brand is that every time I wear these, someone asks me if they're by a high-end designer. And I say, no, they're not. You can have them too for under $30. And last but not least, I have been trying to get this set of resin acrylic cocktail rings into an episode for months. In fact, I brought mine from home. I'm wearing one right now. And big chunky acrylic or resin rings are a massive trend. And we've seen some very expensive offerings from major designers. So I was thrilled to find this set of 5 for such an affordable price. And what I think is so fun about a cocktail ring is they're sort of a statement look, right? But they're made out of acrylic or resin, and they come in so many fun colors. I'm constantly wearing the clear or the black, but I can't wait to try out the white or the bright green this summer. I think they're gonna be so much fun. So let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the Old Navy beach towel and matching bathing suits, the pleated tennis skirt, the rattan bag with pom-poms, the recovery slides, the Luca slide sandal, the Peepers Tokyo Square tortoiseshell sunglasses, and the resin cocktail rings. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, Makoan Lovu is talking to Florida Maria Rivera, who went from TV reporter to shoe designer. She'll walk us through more of this summer's shoe trends. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Summer is finally here, and warmer weather brings new styles. And I'm excited because we have TV reporter turned entrepreneur Flor de Maria Rivera, who has her own shoe line. How fun is that to design shoes for a living? I love it. She's here with her favorite trends for this summer. Hi, Flor. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you, Mako.
Wow, you're so talented. I mean, that goes without saying, but your shoes are some of the, no lie, some of the most beautiful shoes I've seen. Like,
really? Oh, no, you're going to make me cry before. I still get so emotional over my shoes because it's been such a long journey, you know, to get to where I am. But I feel so blessed because so many celebrities have worn it, and I'm self-funded, and I've switched careers so many times in my life. And I mean, I'm 46, so people told me I was crazy to start the line in my 40s, but I never listened to anybody.
You're doing it. You look amazing. The shoes are amazing.
I've been in shoe heaven with my own shoes for the past 2.5 years, so sometimes it still feels like a dream.
Yeah, what a wonderful dream to be in. So let's talk about your pivot, because I think your story is so interesting. You're a sports anchor, and then you decided to design your own shoe collection. Do you remember the exact moment that you decided you wanted to go down that path?
I've always wanted to do it, but I just felt like I was never ready. And then one day I was actually at a lake. I was reading a book, and something in that book told me this is the moment. And that's when I say, I am finally doing my shoe line. I am never going to be ready, and this is just the time. And that was summer of 2017, and here we are.
And here you are, thriving and shining. Walk me through your inspiration, right? When you're designing the shoe, do you get the idea in your head first, or do you just kind of like jot it out as you go along?
That's an amazing question because there's so many different ways. Like the first season, I actually had a mood board, and my first collection was inspired by Peru. That's where I'm from. That's where I was born. And those are my roots. But then later when the pandemic happened, I just found myself not traveling as much. And I found myself at home. Honestly, if you walk into my house, you'll find a little notebook in every little corner. Sometimes I have ideas and I just start sketching away. And lately, I think that's what's happened. I don't even look at the mood board that I have. Inspiration just happened. The other day I was watching a movie and I thought of something, and I think, Michael, it's going to be my hottest sandal yet.
Oh, your hottest sandal. I don't know how you can pop this, because this is a good thing. So the theme of the show is Ready, Set, Summer. And I'm just curious to know, like, what are some of the themes that we can expect to see, or some of the trends that we can expect to see in the summer?
As far as shoes goes, lace-ups. Lace-ups have been everywhere on the runways. You see one of my favorite styles. It was named after my grandma, Raquel. This is a nude color, and it pretty much goes with everything. And when I'm talking about lace-ups, this one can tie around the ankles, or you can also tie all the way up to your knees. So that's one choice. But then also I'm talking about lace-ups in the way that it just a sexy stiletto that just wraps around the ankle. So that's one of the biggest trends this season. Also, Michael, I know you loved it, and it's this bold color right here.
Uh-huh.
The neon. Neons are huge in the summer.
I love the neon, but I also love these as well. Can you tell me what inspired the collection?
That one has a mixture of silk satin. It's got crystals, and it also got pony hair. But then you usually are used to leopard in the brown and black shades, but I love going all out. I love a showstopper shoe, and that one is yellow with black leopard.
I mean, I wish you guys could see the detail on this shoe, the straps. I mean, it's just so absolutely beautiful. How does it make you feel seeing celebrities wear your shoes? Because you were telling me earlier that you started, later on in life in terms of designing shoes. What does it make you feel like when you see celebrities rocking your shoes?
Sometimes I honestly still can't believe it. And lately I just get so teary-eyed, because it's not only about this moment, but for me, it's always been following my dreams. Especially my parents moved from Peru, left everything behind to give us a better life. And I want to honor that, and I want to make them proud. So for me, it takes me back on time and all the sacrifices my parents have to do. And also as a Latina, as a woman, as a minority, as a woman of color, I hope and pray that I can open doors for those that come behind me or those that come alongside with me.
Oh my gosh, how inspiring. I know your parents, your community, everyone is so proud of you. All right, the theme again is Ready, Set, Summer. So let's talk about sunglasses. These are so stylish, right? I love that they come in a bunch of different colorways, but they also have important functions. Can you tell me about them?
Yes. So sporting sunglasses, ooh, Marco, they look so good on you.
Thank you, Flor. Thank you.
Sporty sunglasses are one of the hottest trends that we've seen on the runway. The reason why I love this one, you like this one, Marco?
I love the white, first of all. I love the pop of color. They look great on you. And don't they feel great too?
Oh my God, they feel so lightweight. And the best thing is that they cost less than $25. So it is amazing. You don't need to spend hundreds of dollars to look good. So this is more of an angular style that it's also a hot trend. But if you notice, these ones are blue with the white. They can also come with different color lenses. So it just depends what you like. And if you're like me, I will rock this with something neon. But it's also, if you're minimalist, you can wear this with more of a neutral outfit, and you can let the sunglasses stand out.
Speaking of accessories doing the talking, let's move on to this necklace. This necklace, Flora, just screams summer to me. How do you style it though? Do you wear it with like neutrals, or you do pops of color?
This is just beautiful pastel colors. So if you want to pick one of these colors, let's say the yellow or the coral, you can pick a dress or a top or anything that has one of those colors and you're set. And what I love about this necklace, it's a Y2K trend that has come back. It's all over our closet, and now it's taking on to jewelry. So it's supposed to be a hottest trend for the summer as well. We saw it on the runway.
This is a winning necklace. Speaking of winning, and TikTok trends, I've seen gua sha tools all over my social media, but Flora, tell me, what are the benefits of using gua sha?
I swear by this little stone. Even though when beauty gadgets have become so popular and some of them can cost hundreds of dollars, do you gua sha, Mako? You look like you do.
I do. I actually do. And I like that it like wakes up my face, especially when I wake up in the morning, right?
So I usually do it in the morning. I do it, don't forget about the neck. So I love to apply a little bit of oil, right? And then you just start on the neck, move upwards, right? I love this round one. And then like you did it before, I love to go around my jawline after the neck. And when I get to the end, see, I just stay there. I do it at least 5 times in one section, and then you work your way up. And there's so many videos if you want to learn nowadays. And I love like the one that you have, the rose quartz, but don't worry about trying different ones. The stone doesn't really matter. There's a jade and there's different ones. This one I just love because it pinks, it looks pretty in the vanity.
So pretty.
Isn't it so pretty?
So relaxing too. Like as we were trying it, I instantly felt like, oh my God, imagine coming home after a long day. Instant relaxation. So Flora, I love that you brought the self-tanner. Tell me how it's different from the other ones that are on the market.
Yes, that's the Saint-Tropez one. I tried different one, but I think that one has become my favorite because not only it dries fast, but it just gives you the perfect golden tone. It's not too light, it's not too dark, but if you're trying a bronzer, make sure you use a glove because if you get it in your hand, sometimes they turn orange and it can be, yes, Makosi, you know, it can turn, your hands can turn orange and trust me, it can take days to get rid of that. But I think that's a perfect one, you know, to just get your natural glow, like you just came back from vacation without having to go, you know, get a spray tan, that those can be really expensive sometimes, or you don't, you know, you're not at the beach or you want to take care of your skin. I think that's always a great option.
That's such a great point. Well, Flora, we are ready for summer. Thank you for stopping by and giving us all these great selections. Have a great summer, okay?
Thank you.
Now, let's run through all the products one more time. The Flor de Maria sandals, the sporty sunglasses, the multicolored necklace, the gua sha tool, and the Saint-Tropez self-tan bronzing mousse. And just so you know, Flor de Maria once worked for Telemundo, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal. Up next, Adriana Brock continues to soak in the sun with everything from accessories to keep you cool to solutions for slicing all that summer fruit. Don't go away.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and now that summer is finally here, it is time to slip on your sandals and get ready for the pool and beach season. I cannot wait to show you my editor's picks. From accessories to keep you looking and feeling cool in the warmer weather, to hacks for cutting all that delicious summer fruit we love. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. So speaking of cute summer accessories, let's discuss this hat. It is the #1 best-selling hat on Amazon and has over 25,000 reviews. So what makes it so great? Not only is this a great looking hat that can go with any summer outfit, according to the brand, it is also basically crush proof because it is designed to fold up and roll up easily so that you can toss it in your purse or your suitcase all summer long. If hats aren't for you, let's talk hair. In the summer, when the heat is on the rise, we all love to throw our hair into a ponytail to keep cool. So this set is going to be an essential for you. It comes in a set of 12 scrunchies for an incredibly affordable price. You get a ton of prints from florals, polka dots, even classic stripes so that you can match all of your summer outfits. And not only do they come in fun prints to match any outfit, but they have a cute scarf detailing attached to them to give your hairstyle a stylish little flair. Moving on to another accessory I'm a personal fan of, if I could only wear one pair of sandals all summer long, it would be the classic Birkenstock sandal. These are the brand's best-selling two-strap Arizona style. The brand says that this version is actually waterproof thanks to this rubber-like texture, which makes them incredibly lightweight. And they're perfect for all of those summer vacations, trips to the pool and the beach, or just a chill weekend in the backyard. Either way, you're still gonna get the support and comfort of a Birkenstock sandal with an adjustable buckle, and you can choose from a ton of different bright colors to jazz up any outfit. And with summer right around the corner, now is the perfect time to check those sunscreen expiration dates. You're gonna wanna stock up on new ones for those sunny days ahead. Today.com actually spoke with a dermatologist who recommends this very product. It also happens to be a favorite among the team. It's the CeraVe SPF 30 facial sunscreen that offers protection and doubles as a moisturizer, so there's no excuse not to use it daily. So we've covered style and your skin. Let's talk about the ultimate outdoor blanket because it is so large. It can fit up to 3 to 5 adults, and you could use it anywhere from the beach to the park, even camping, because according to the brand, it is waterproof and sandproof. It also weighs less than 1 pound and easily folds right back up into a carrying case that it comes with. And once you fold it up, it's about the size of a tablet, pretty small, so you can pop it in your bag for on-the-go use. Plus, with all these bright colors to choose from, it's gonna be so easy to spot your crew from the beach. And it comes with 4 little anchors to keep home base in place. Speaking of home base, we found 3 incredible kitchen tools you're gonna wanna pick up if you're entertaining this summer. First, a handheld slicer that makes prepping some of the toughest fruit a lot easier. I'm talking about watermelons, honeydew, and cantaloupe. It has a large round design with these sturdy handles that's gonna do all the heavy slicing for you. And we can't get over how this gadget is big enough for an average sized watermelon. The trick is to cut your melon in half before you slice it to make it a little bit easier to slice up. If you're more of a pineapple lover, the stainless steel tool cuts perfect slices and does all the heavy lifting by removing the core for you. All you have to do is cut off the top of the pineapple, push down and twist all the way to the bottom to get those perfect slices. Once the core is pulled out, you can also use your now hollow pineapple for some festive drinks. Lastly, this strawberry slicer really cuts down on prep time, which is a game changer when you're hosting or you have hungry kids to feed. This little gadget is going to save so much time, and you keep all your knives in the kitchen drawers. All you have to do is place the fruit inside of the gadget, give it a squeeze, and you're gonna get the perfect slices every time. It's actually designed for strawberries, but you can use it for grapes and other small fruits too. Let's run through the products one more time. The roll-up straw hat, the 12-piece scrunchie set, the Birkenstock Eva sandal, the CeraVe moisturizer with SPF 30, the beach blanket, the watermelon slicer, the pineapple core, and the strawberry slicer. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on editors' picks and for our show. It's been so much fun showing you all of our summer favorites. Tune in next week for an all-new episode of Shop All Day. Thanks for watching.
Lily, it's so great to see you. Thanks for doing this.
So good to see you too. Thank you.
We brought out the flowers for you.
It's so beautiful in here. I want to come back and actually have a meal or a drink in here.
We have so much to talk about. Let's start with Windfall. We were just discussing what a cool setup it is, how well written and acted it is. It feels like a really good play, but with more action and exciting. Just for people who are going to watch this, and we won't give away too much, though there's so much I would love to ask you closer to the end. I'm like trying to find the line where I should stop asking questions about it, but just set up the story a little bit for people who may want to go see it.
So this film is, like you said, very much like a play and intimate in that there's 3 and at one point 4 characters. It's essentially the reality of what happens when someone robs someone's house that's never robbed a house before and ends up finding themselves surrounded by the people whose house they're robbing. So there's a robber and a CEO and his wife, and it's one of their vacation homes, and they're now stuck together for 36 hours.
And I've had to hold his hand. How does this open? Is there a trick to the purse?
No.
There's a clasp. And help him rob us.
I want $150,000. You think that's enough?
Yeah, I think you're probably gonna want more than that. There's dark comedy, there's kind of a Hitchcockian dark thriller element to it, but it's a really interesting psychological study on relationships and the inner workings of what happens when you're put into an unexpected situation. For me specifically, as wife, she is at the same time of having a downward trajectory and kind of a spiral, she is gaining a voice and building confidence.
For people watching, wife is just the title of the character.
Yes.
That's not a
There's no
offhand
names.
reference. There's no
No,
names.
there's no names. There's CEO, wife, and nobody.
Yeah.
And that was done on purpose because as humans, we associate emotions and connections or memories with names. And when you all of a sudden have empathy for someone based on a name because maybe you have a memory with someone with that name or you didn't like someone with that name, it's already unfairly pitting one character against another. And then progressively through the movie, each of them becomes very much what their character represents to each other. Nobody is just a nobody to CEO and wife. CEO is just that rich CEO billionaire to nobody, and wife is very much undermined, undervalued, and quite silenced at the beginning and just seen as the wife. But then as you learn, she starts to gain a voice. So it was interesting to play someone without a name.
So obviously, this is directed by your husband. So he's working on this project. You know that he's working on this project. He's developing it with his friends and writing it.
Yeah.
Were you sort of poking your head in the door and saying, hey, I might be good in this? How did that work?
It was interesting, actually. I think it started out as kind of, I think, a mental health check-in with his friends. Andrew Kevin Walker, Justin Later, his writing partner, and Jason Segel, they were just on Zoom saying, hey guys, like, what's up? You know, how are we gonna be creative? Let's do something in a single location, which is something that Charlie's done before, and write something that can take place and have the feeling and essence of that claustrophobic feeling of being stuck in one's own environment, but not ever reference COVID. So it's not a COVID movie, but it was done within the constraints of what COVID would allow. Then he talked to me about the characters, and there's only one female. So I would just kind of pipe in and say, well, yeah, what about this idea, or how about this? And I started to become very attached to her, but not in the way that I ever thought I would play her. I wasn't even discussed at the beginning. We talked about other actors and actresses for roles. And then it just, you know, Jason was always going to be in it, and then Jesse. And then wife was coming to fruition, and they had a conversation with me, but it was never a given.
So as you looked at the character, you talked about offering suggestions and how she could grow and develop and find her power, and she really does, because I think when you walk in as a couple, you go, okay, here's the big CEO guy and his wife. How did you want to help her sort of move up and find herself? Because, boy, she does change in the span of 90 minutes extraordinarily.
You know, thank you. Yeah, well, her trajectory was always one that really intrigued me because it plays very much against type for me in terms of characters I've played. And for me, creating a backstory where I could feel a type of attachment to her and a potential for what's to come, but also keep myself guessing in a lot of ways. There's a scene with her and nobody at the fire pit where she's explaining her life before CEO, and there's a lot of questioning that's going on in her mind, and you wonder, though, as an audience, is she doing this because she wants to relate to nobody, or is she doing it because her husband said get close to him? And so there's a lot of ambiguity in those moments that as an actor is so fun. You get to play around a lot, and hopefully while the audience is questioning, you're also kind of figuring it out in the moment, because so much of this movie happened in the moment.
So what was just the experience like? You're on one location, your husband's directing you, you're with a couple of actors that I assume you got very close to if you weren't already on such a tight set. What was the experience like shooting it during the pandemic in one place with that close-knit group of people?
It was really special because it very much felt, it was like all hands on deck. Not only were we acting in it, we were also producing, we were also moving furniture from our house to be on the set, artwork, some of my bath and beauty products. Charlie
Really?
I'd come home and Charlie's taking them out. He's like, we need them for the set. And I'm like, wait, what? And so it was a major team effort, but to do it in the pandemic, we all just wanted a creative outlet. We obviously wanted it to be as safe as possible, but this one location allowed for that because you're all basically quarantining together. We shot it up in Ojai, California, which has so much beautiful air to breathe and nature to surround yourself with that it felt as constraining as the time felt and the location felt more and more through the movie that you got. It was a very freeing environment to be creative during this time. And Charlie has known Jason since film school, and Jesse, Jason, and Charlie had worked on a movie previously, so I was kind of the newbie to the group. But working also with Charlie, who is such an actor's director, he's incredibly communicative and collaborative and just grounding as a director, which is what you also want in a life partner. And so there were moments when I completely forgot that he was my husband-to-be and he was just my director, which is awesome. And so to be surrounded by Jesse, Jason, and Charlie, three men that really championed this female voice, was really empowering.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, what it's like to work with your then fiance, now husband, in a way. I mean, is he giving you notes the way he would every other actor, or is it a little more intense pull aside because you're so familiar with each other? Like, what is that dynamic like compared to other directors you've worked with?
Interesting. Well, I think, for this experience, something that was super different for me was I was always quite used to making the best of what I was given. Whereas in this situation, because they all conceptualized it together, it was, okay, here's what's written, and I thought it was brilliant, but also, what do you want to change about it? What do you want to bring to the table? How can you make it better? And that freedom, that creative freedom at first was quite jarring because I hadn't experienced that yet. But to then have your life partner as well as your director really champion and encourage you to bring whatever it is to the table that you want and play around with it, even if we don't end up using it in the edit, just the ability to feel free was so wonderful.
It has to be very gratifying to see the success of the movie already. It's just been out for a few days, but when I popped up on Netflix to watch it, there it was, right on the list of the top movies. And to have done that with your husband, I imagine, is incredibly gratifying.
It is. It's like kind of that little engine that could in a lot of ways. There's a sense of ownership of it because we all made it and then hoped that it would get picked up or get sold or, and Netflix believed in it so much, and we're so grateful to them because obviously that goes out to countries all over the world, to so many households, and I think it sparks a lot of conversations because this movie deals with so many different themes, and it is, like I said, a very introspective, psychological exposure of human nature and instincts, and that's gonna spark up a lot of conversations, so we're really proud of it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy. And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Season 2 of Emily in Paris was another massive hit, and you've already got season 3 and 4 coming.
Yes, it was so wild. I think after season 1, we were all hoping we'd get the opportunity to go back, and then we got to go back. And when Darren called to say it got picked up for 2, we know where we want to go. Like, there's so much more to say, but you just never know in this day and age if people are going to resonate with certain shows. And for us, making the show was so special, but having it come out when it did was completely unexpected. And for me, part of what I love about what I do is that art is healing, and it can be therapeutic. Whether that's something like, I did a movie called To the Bone that deals with eating disorders, and I was very much open about my experiences with that and how film can amplify stories that need to be told that are sometimes considered shameful, and how that can be healing and therapeutic to audiences. And then on the flip side, something like Emily in Paris that provided laughter and smiles and reminded people of what fun and travel felt like during the pandemic, that's also healing in a sense. And to be able to be a part of something that worldwide, regardless of the language you speak, does that it's so special. And it provides all of us, the cast and crew, that as well. I mean, we're so close. We're very much a family. And to know that now the next couple of years of our lives are going to be able to be together sharing that story is really special.
It's interesting because as this show was exploding, you had no way of really knowing that because no one was out in the world. There was no way for you to feel that.
Yeah.
So when was the first moment or day when someone told you or you sort of recognized, oh, something's happening here?
So you're right. We experienced the first one over Zoom, which felt very strange. And then we went back for season 2, and there were no international travelers in Paris at that time because it was total lockdown. Only pharmacies and supermarkets were open. And we were in our little quarantine bubble, and Ashley and I felt like kind of the only Americans in Paris at the time. And we went out, and we were going to have coffee, and we took our masks to drink coffee. And about 10 to 15 people in the span of the next 3 minutes came over in France. So they were French citizens coming over, all ages, going, oh my God, Emily and Mindy, Lily and Ashley, you're in Paris. Why are you in Paris? What, and it felt like all of a sudden the city completely embraced the show and were so, wanted to explode and tell us everything about the show and what they felt about it and what they loved about it. And it felt so lovely to be back in Paris. And then while we were there, it all of a sudden hit home as to, oh, it translated, it meant something. It has brought lightness here as well. And we hadn't been in public with the show. So being able to see us shooting in those streets as well and the access that the show has provided based on its success is also so wonderful. Being able to go to Versailles and these crazy locations that as a traveler you want to go and experience, and then to be able to have a set inside those is so wonderful.
What is it about Emily, the character, that you loved when you first read it and maybe you love even more now? What did you see in her?
I loved her positive, can-do, solution-driven attitude, which I didn't know I'd love as much as I did during the pandemic as well, when all of a sudden you need to be as able to pivot and solution-driven and positive.
Even when you're very hungry.
I just also love that she's so unapologetically herself. She's work-driven and proud of it, but not for the sake, like we were saying earlier, of being money hungry. By no means. She just loves what she does and isn't afraid to express that, and she's good at her job. And when she fails, she acknowledges it, and she asks for help, and she's bright, bold, bubbly, and a little bit obvious, and that's okay. She just is who she is, and like I said, unapologetically so, and I think that's really refreshing.
You've given a lot of young kids and young girls, I have a 14-year-old daughter, I told you, a sense of adventure, I think, and what's possible. And do you see that side of it as Emily being sort of a role model for kids, not just in travel, but in enjoying their work and working hard, but taking time to enjoy the pleasures of life as well?
I think so. She's someone that inspires me, for sure. She was thrown into a foreign situation, literally, going to a city she'd never been to, leaving a relationship she felt no longer serviced her, and going into a completely unknown workplace and trying to make her own and start her own journey. And that can be scary, but I think sometimes if you just put yourself out there willingly and knowing the consequences of, okay, this could go two ways. It could go great, it could not go great. But if I don't take a chance, I'll always regret it. And that's how I've lived my life for a while. It's, okay, if not now, when? And I just feel like showing vulnerability is a strength. I've always said that, you know, self-care is not selfish, it's self-love, and being able to be vulnerable is a total strength. And I think Emily really embraces that sentiment. Her and Mindy together, that friendship as well, is so inspiring to me. Ashley is like one of my best friends, and playing Emily, I think, has forever changed me in a lot of ways. And to hear other young women say that that's the case as well that's a gift. And I'm so happy to get to still play her.
You've talked about the show growing season to season. You made some changes season 2 coming off season 1. How did you want the show to look and feel a little different season 2, and then maybe even going forward in 3 and 4?
You know, the beauty of being able to go to a second season is that from season 1, you can kind of analyze a lot of the thoughts and the comments that came out about the show or people's discussions surrounding the show, and you can make creative changes. You can't go into everyone's storylines right away. So for season 2, we wanted to have more for all of the characters, which we did, and being able to see more of their lives outside of just Emily's point of view. More diversity in front of the camera and behind, and we were so proud to have an incredible cast and crew and new characters join us, and also more French, which was fantastic. Being able to have the French language, which I actually ironically grew up studying. I need to keep practicing a little bit more. I know.
Don't
it's
put
hard.
you on the spot,
It's
is
really
that what you're
hard
saying?
when Emily doesn't know French, and then I did growing up, and I used to dream in it, but now all of a sudden I'm playing someone who doesn't, and it gets confusing. But to be able to enhance the show with more France and more French language and more French culture, and that I think we did season 2, and I think we just want to keep doing that more and more for 3 and 4. And just keep telling stories that can be applied to many people all over the world's lives, regardless of if they're in that industry or not.
So is there anything you can say about season 3?
There's going to be more fun fashion. There's going to be more comedy. There's going to be more drama. I'm hoping more adventures for Mindy and Emily, as always. But I don't know yet, and I wish I could say, but hopefully soon I'll find out myself.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
I'm curious for you, when you talk about dreaming in French growing up, when the performance thing started for you, was it like, there are some actors who said, I knew when I was 4 years old, I used to get up and sing, and my parents knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
And some people found it later in theater and college or whatever. When was that for you?
No, I was early.
Yeah.
I always was dressing up. I was always part of theater programs or the like village nativity play in England as the angel number 3 or something. I did stage plays when I was younger in musical theater. And I think I was 2 years old when I did a show in England, which I remember very little of. But I do remember very specific moments of being on set as a very young kid and feeling just kind of comfortable. I always loved when my dad and mom would read me books before bed. My dad would do different accents and characters. And that world that I went into in my head and that escapism I thought, okay, I want to help people get there. And that's what I will do if I act. I'm going to be able to tell stories that help people either, you know, escape for a little while out of their daily lives or take them somewhere they've always wanted to go or never thought that they'd go, or now meet characters that they have empathy for. You know, all of these kind of adventures. And that's what acting is. And I just always knew. It's weird. I've always wanted to be a storyteller.
There was a moment too, right, where you wanted to get into broadcast journalism for a bit?
I did. I studied broadcast journalism in school. I reported on Obama's inauguration
Right.
for Nickelodeon, and I was working for all these different channels for red carpets and kind of the behind the scenes of things. And yeah, I loved meeting people and talking to people and picking their brain. And it's really just being a curious person, which I am in life, I am as an actor, and I definitely was as a journalist. So I always think, like, how can I make that happen again?
You keep that in your back pocket.
Yes.
Maybe we'll call you when you're ready.
Yeah,
For today's show, let us know when you want to come, when you need a gig.
Hi.
Did you pick up on your father being the performer that he was, that life at all, of what it could become, and just in terms of being a performer, but also, you know, when you're a kid, you can't imagine being at a sold-out Wembley Stadium, but that your life could be that kind of life?
I think I remember being a kid at Disneyland with my dad and having someone come up and ask him for a photo. And I think I was just so confused because I was like, well, Disneyland, it's nothing to do with him, but it was that kind of recognition no matter where he went that he had touched the life of somebody in a very profound way. And if you're an entertainer, regardless of whatever industry that might be in, you are putting your heart in your sleeve. You're being vulnerable. You're telling parts of your soul to the world through lyrics or through a part. And to be able to have the kind of confidence and strength to do that and also maintain a sense of privacy, that's a fine line. And that's not always easy, but it is something that comes with it. And it's not by any means something that I would ever want to prohibit me from continuing to do what I love, because I love what I do, and I feel like I grow so much as a human through what I do that it takes the work sometimes to make it balance out.
So do you have conversations, because your life clearly in the last, let's call it year and a half has changed, where if you walk into one of the 90 countries where Emily in Paris was #1 on Netflix, people are going to know you. Do you talk to your dad about that, the fame side of it and how to handle it?
I mean, he says obviously that, you know, he's proud, but we don't really talk about that side of things. I share my work, but I think I witnessed and learned and grew from what I saw as a kid and continue to still see. And we kind of keep it separate. Like you said, specifically with Emily, we experienced it during COVID. So it's a very weird thing to now be coming out of that bubble and talking to people about the show. And at the same time that Emily came out, I was fortunate enough to work with David Fincher in a film, which is a very different audience. And so that also came out during COVID. So it was like, you're British with an accent. Oh, but you're also Emily. And it's like, no, but I'm an actor. Right. I like to switch it up and play around.
Another great movie, by the way, Mank.
Thank you.
You've been on a run here.
It's been fun. It's been a wild ride.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Got to ask you about your first movie, The Blind Side.
Yeah.
What was that like to, in your first film, act alongside Sandra Bullock, who won the Academy Award for that performance?
God.
What an introduction to the
What
business.
an intro. People kept saying, this is not normal. Your first film does not normally do this. And I was like, okay. I had just turned 20. It was a couple days after my 20th birthday when I found out that I'd booked the job. And I went to Atlanta, and Tim McGraw is playing my dad, and Sandra Bullock is playing my mom, who was the perfect person to introduce me to what this would all be like. She's the most eloquent, knowledgeable, kind, like, down-to-earth woman who treats everyone the same, asks such intelligent questions on set, and takes power and ownership of herself and her character, but also just nurtures those around her. Like, it was my first experience, and she made it something that I wanted to continue doing. Because it can be very scary, and if you go on your first set and it doesn't go well, it might deter you from wanting to do that for the rest of your life. And working alongside Sandra, and then subsequently, after that, working with women like Jennifer Connelly, Julianne Moore, Annette Bening, Julia Roberts. I've been so fortunate to be surrounded by these incredible, powerful women who not only are they insanely talented actors, but they have families and they also have private lives. And it was this amazing lesson to me early on that if you work hard and you are able to balance, you can have both.
So what's still out there for you, Lily? I mean, you're still so young, and you've had this crazy hit show that goes for 2 more seasons, and you're doing these really smart, interesting movies. When you look out at the future, if you're able to, what else is out there for you?
I'm excited to have a family one day of my own, or our own, to continue producing. I want to keep telling stories behind the camera as well as in front, but to give other people opportunities, whether it's other filmmakers, other actors, to tell stories that are maybe small, but we can bring them to a wider audience, much like we've had the opportunity to do, but also to continue surprising myself with the roles that I play, but just continuing to surprise myself in the everyday. We never knew that the last 2 years would be what it was, and I've found comfort in kind of a therapeutic way of living through nature and lots of different travels that my husband and I have been on, and adventures around the world, and trying to just stay as in the moment as possible. I think I acknowledged in the past 2 years that I actually have a lot of anxiety, and so what does it take to calm oneself and be real and stay in tune with ourselves? And that's really important.
It's interesting to hear you talk about anxiety and mental health. You wrote Unfiltered, and you just like put it out there, you know, and that, I don't know if that was a hard thing for you to do or it felt great after the fact, but again, another good example for young girls who are watching you and Emily in Paris and look up to you, that it's okay to talk about this stuff, and in 100%. Fact, it's important to talk about it.
And thank you. Yeah, I loved writing. You know, I studied journalism, and writing that book, ironically, I wrote a chapter about my experiences with mental health and eating disorders a week after I got the script for To the Bone, which was, to me, a life, someone telling me something like, this is important for you to talk about, because it was extremely therapeutic, but at the same time, then when it comes out, of course, there's like, okay, there's the nerves and the anxiety of I'm putting this out there, but I'm also someone that weirdly wants to be held accountable for certain things because I think it helps me grow and kind of pay attention to things I don't necessarily know I need to myself. And I'd love to write again and continue through, whether it's the work that I do with the Go campaign or work that I do just in general with young girls or young people in general, talking about using your voice and vocalizing insecurities and issues and problems. We all feel very similar problems and things. So talking about them is a strength, and it's really important mental health, to talk about mental health is really, really important.
It's really important. I just say thank you as a father of a daughter to put that out there and make it okay, because it's so important. Congratulations on Windfall. This was so fun talking with you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch. It might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me, because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts. I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's,
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga. Whoa, mama.
I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about, like, what's my favorite. It's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one, because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know,
if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But instead, we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because they were, one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, you know. And here I am, very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors. But it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, you know. It's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh,
hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in, you know, the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice, quote unquote, normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. You know, whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and a tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope. It's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle? It's warm. Okay, go to the back door. Another option. Jeez, okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show in my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, the relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special. If people gave it a chance, I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. In examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got Nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge, huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, you know, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, you know, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, you know, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal. So I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, you know, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, you know, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, you know, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, you know, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, I mean, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick anyone, housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks, and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off, and I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys. I'm like, Kay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Popstar Plus. Thanks for being here and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Well, hello to all of you guys watching our digital show today, all day. Craig and I are right here in Studio 1A. Savannah, she's in Uvalde, Texas. She is covering that horrific shooting at Robb Elementary.
Savannah's going to bring us the growing tributes to the 21 victims and her emotional conversations with the families who are now speaking out to remember and honor their lost loved ones. We also have more to bring you, including the first all-black team of climbers to ever summit Mount Everest. We brought you the story last week, if you recall. Today, we got to meet them face-to-face, entire group.
On the plaza, and their incredible story straight ahead on Today in 30. But first, here's Savannah in Uvalde.
Hi, Hoda. Good morning. This utterly heartbroken community here gathered together last night to mourn, to count the cost. 21 victims in Tuesday's school massacre. And it comes as we are learning more this morning about those victims, the 19 young students and their 2 beloved teachers who were killed. I spoke with several family members about their loved ones, their little girls. We had touching conversations as they opened up about what those children meant to them. Meanwhile, this morning, there are new details about the investigation, including new questions from some parents here about the timeline surrounding the shooting and whether law enforcement should have moved in more quickly. We have it all covered for you this morning. We will start with NBC's Tom Yamas, who is with us here in Uvalde. Tom, good morning to you.
Savannah, good morning to you, and that's exactly right. The more we're learning about this shooting, the more tough questions are now being asked. The security budget at the school district was doubled. There was a guard at this school. The school doors should have been locked. Why did it take police so long to take the shooter down, and could have more lives been saved?
This morning, investigators piecing together what unfolded inside Robb Elementary during that terrible massacre. Video emerging that appears to show desperate parents outside the school. The AP reporting that one parent, Javier Casares, whose daughter was killed in the attack, said that he was upset police were not moving more quickly, telling the AP of the authorities that, quote, they were unprepared. Casares confirming those statements to NBC News. Different video appearing to show parents frustrated with police outside of the school. Authorities have not yet offered a firm timeline of the events. The Department of Public Safety Director answering a question Wednesday about how long the suspect, 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was on the premises before law enforcement killed him.
I can't. It's going to be within a minute, like 40 minutes or something, within an hour. But I don't want to give you a particular timeline. But bottom line is that law enforcement was there. They did engage immediately.
All of this comes as more chilling video emerges.
Oh,
A law enforcement source telling NBC News this brief clip shows the gunman running into the school, appearing to be dressed all in black, long gun in hand. Inside, authorities say he was confronted by an armed school resource officer, but kept going and made his way inside. Officials say that's when Ramos locked himself in a classroom and began his rampage. Border Patrol officers eventually opened the door and exchanged gunfire with Ramos, killing him. As investigators work to piece together a motive, Ramos's aunt Shelby telling me she's in disbelief.
My heart hurts for everyone right now. Do
you have any idea why he flipped?
People go through things and nobody understands. Everybody has, I don't know what was going on.
While he had no known criminal history or record of mental illness, officials say a series of private messages posted by Ramos on Facebook gave a chilling warning.
The third post, maybe less than 15 minutes before arriving at the school, was, "I'm going to shoot an elementary school."
Across Texas, emotions running high. Former Congressman Beto O'Rourke, who is running for governor in Texas, disrupting his opponent Greg Abbott's news conference on Wednesday, saying another shooting would happen without real reform.
You're doing nothing. No, you should get it. Sir, you're out of line.
As so many others struggle to make sense of yet another mass shooting. This morning, the painful images are continuing to pour in. The faces of the young victims, families torn apart by this evil.
We always say hug your kids every day and every morning when they go to school or after school.
All right, well, we move now to the heartbreak that is gripping this close-knit community here in Uvalde, Texas. And we're learning more now about some of the young lives cut far too short inside Robb Elementary. Yesterday, we sat down with several families that did not know when they said goodbye to their little girls on Tuesday morning, it would be the last time they would see them. And now they're clinging to those final hugs and kisses and holding on to precious memories of their children.
A father's grief, a mother's silent anguish, a young, boisterous family with 5 little girls now shattered.
I won't see my daughter again.
Can you tell me about how you got this news?
I was at work. She called me to get to the school. I went to the school and tried to get in the building. The police barricade pushed me back out. So I just stood on the sidelines and watched this whole thing play out.
I can't imagine what it would be like to be standing outside those doors, wondering.
As long as they ever. It was the longest day ever.
Stephen Garcia and Jennifer Lugo remembering their little girl Ellie as they try to process her senseless death.
What would you want people to know about your Ellie?
Sweetest girl you've ever had the chance to meet. And I had the honor of calling her my daughter.
Next week, June 4th, would have been Ellie's 10th birthday. She was looking forward to having a pool party to celebrate.
Told her we're gonna have a party that her face just lit up, and that was the last time I saw her.
Hey guys. Ellie loved basketball and TikTok and the colors pink and purple. She wanted to be a cheerleader and was already planning her quinceañera 5 years away, even picking out a dress. A little girl who lit up every room and every picture.
She loved to dance. She loved to have fun. She loved ramen noodles. And she just loved life in general.
Ellie and her older sister, just 1 year apart, inseparable, and she often cared for her little sisters.
The younger ones, they still don't understand their sister's not coming home.
And Ellie was devoted to her grandparents, doting on them, spending most weekends at their side.
It happened.
It's hard to even put into words.
Her grandparents still struggling with the reality of what happened.
Tell her you love them. You're there for her. But, she wanted to come home. But my daughter said, no, you need to stay in school. Try not to miss so much and, get smart. So she stayed. And this is the result that we got.
School's supposed to be safe.
Yeah.
For every child lost, 19 of them, there are stories like this, and parents who will never be the same. 10-year-old Amory Jo Garza was another 4th grader at Robb Elementary.
She was a real good student. She was a very good daughter, friend, very playful, very silly.
Amory loved to draw, do science experiments, and make people laugh. She wanted to be a YouTube star one day.
She was the perfect daughter, yeah. She was a perfect daughter.
When he heard about the shooting, Alfred Garza III raced to the school. While waiting for news about his own daughter, Garza says he tried to comfort the children who did manage to get out.
They were just overwhelmed and just crying. And so as many as I could, hey, do you know your mom, dad's phone number? Let's call them. Let's let them know you're okay. That's what I tried to do to bring some comfort to the kids, let them know that, hey, mommy and daddy know you're okay, you're safe, you're here, you're not in any harm, and just tried to calm them down as best I could. And obviously I was getting a little overwhelmed myself, but I was trying to keep my cool for the kids. I was trying not to think about it. I was just expecting for her to walk through that door at any moment,
You were helping those kids,
Yes.
having no idea how your little girl was.
Yeah. I was waiting for her.
He waited 6 hours with the rest of her family, praying for a miracle that never came.
It must have been
It was a nightmare.
such a painful scene.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. I mean, it still is, but, you know, the unknown is where it was hard because we didn't know if she was still alive. We didn't know if she was, you know, injured. We didn't know if she was already, you know, she passed already.
Now, all he can do is treasure photos and memories, like this fishing trip the two took.
She's your only daughter.
Only daughter.
Only child.
Only child.
It's hard to even wrap your mind around something like that.
This is the last photo he has of his baby girl, posing proudly with her honor roll certificate just hours before the shooting.
I just want to honor her name. I just want her to be remembered as the type of person that she was.
Garza says he is determined to stay strong for her.
I don't want to disappoint my daughter. I want to live and make her happy and keep her memory alive, you know.
Ellie Garcia's mother, Jennifer, is still reeling, too devastated to even speak, clutching her last Mother's Day gift from her little girl, a jar Ellie made for her mother's prayers. Her parents say Ellie had a strong faith and was excited about reading a verse at church this coming Sunday.
Jesus, he died for us, so when we die, we'll be up there for him.
She's never going to be forgotten. She's a big part of our family. Always has been, always will be.
Ellie's family shared the Bible verse she was going to read this weekend. It's Deuteronomy 6:18. Do what is right and good in the Lord's sight, so all will go well with you. A beautiful little girl. There are so many beautiful little children who lost their lives in this tight-knit community. I was just so struck by their courage in speaking. It's not easy to do so, and it's not for everyone. But they want the world to know that these were children who mattered and children who lived. And it's just really important that we tell these stories. And as for Ellie's quinceañera, she had already picked out her dress. You know, it's 5 years away. It's for a 15-year-old girl. And her dad told me, we're going to buy that dress, and we're going to hang it in her room. She will always be with us.
That was powerful, Savannah.
That was really, really beautiful.
We're so thankful that those family members decided to share those stories because those stories are important.
Yeah.
We cannot forget.
Yeah.
Not just the lives lost there, but all the lives that have been lost in school shootings like this in this country. This cannot continue to happen.
It cannot.
It cannot.
And I think
that's not a political statement.
Right. No.
You know?
Yeah, it's enough already. I think that is something universal. It's enough. And I think a lot of moms, Savannah, looked at that mother and understood her silence sitting there holding that jar. I mean, my word. Yeah.
Thanks.
We love you.
I mean, it's too much.
Yeah.
Too much.
We love you.
We'll be right back.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
If you recall, last week we brought you the incredible story of the first all-black team of climbers to ever summit Mount Everest. Up until 2 weeks ago, only 10 African Americans had ever reached the top. That number has nearly doubled in size thanks to 7 members of Full Circle Everest expedition.
Yeah, and this morning they're here with us. Their first live in-person interview. We've seen them on Zoom, but it's good to welcome you in person.
Yes.
The history-making team. All right, real quick, we want to get everyone's name. Give me your first and last name.
Philip Henderson.
Rosemary Saul.
Evan Green.
Manoa Nu'u.
Eddie Taylor.
Thomas Moore.
Abby Dion.
Fred Campbell.
Adina Scott.
Everyone got a little air time. We had to start that way. All right, guys. So this was your idea.
Yes, ma'am.
What did it feel like to finally see it come to fruition? You've been thinking about this for a long time now.
Yeah, just proud. Just feel really proud of the team, and the accomplishments that, we've been working for almost 3 years to make it happen.
Did you ever have any doubt?
No, not at all.
Wow.
No doubt.
Wow.
Philip, I want to ask you something. You could have summited to the top,
Yes.
but instead you gave your spot to Evan. Why?
There was a lot of logistics and things that need to happen, and every Everest expedition has a manager that manages things in base camp and the whole team. And I felt like if I focused on personal climbing, then that would be selfish. And they really needed me to be in that position. So I just decided not to climb.
Wow.
Do y'all remember?
So cool.
You remember Rosemary, don't you? She had a
yeah,
you had a cocktail. You were celebrating the last time.
We were, yes.
Have you had a chance to sort of sit with what you did and reflect on that moment?
A little bit. With each passing day, we have a bit more time to just think about what happened. And still in the process of really realizing the accomplishment that just happened. And it's still sinking in. Yeah.
What was the hardest part of this for you guys?
For me, it was more of a marathon. It was almost a 2-month expedition, so it was just in it for the long haul and the process of moving up to the different camps. And the summit day was just one piece of the picture.
Phil, but just a few seconds here that we have left. What can we do to help break this barrier of access for people of color to be able to get outdoors, to be able to learn how to climb and do all this? What's necessary?
This. People getting out and doing it, and showing folks that we belong out there as well. Mother Nature doesn't care what color you are, but you need to get out, and it's healing. It's a healing for all of us. So, yeah.
Wow.
Well, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Very inspiring.
Hiked to the base camp wearing those.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah, she did.
Did she really? For real?
Is this true?
Oh my God, Tina. Whoa, all right. We can't wait to see what y'all do next. Thanks for coming to join us on the Plaza.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking?
Yeah. You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking?
Yeah. You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right.
Craig,
I was looking at the snacks.
He sees food and he's like, I can't focus.
Whether you're a sour candy fanatic or always craving something with a salty crunch, we all have our guilty pleasure junk food favorites.
Right, but this morning we're broadening our horizon and testing out some new trendy snacks, or so they say. Here to guide us with what's hot on the junk food scene is senior editor of Bon Appetit magazine, it is that magazine, Mackenzie Chung-Pagan. Good morning to you, Mackenzie.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's dig in. We're going to start with some sustainable snacks.
That's right. So this cake over here comes from a mix. It's from Brave Robot. And what makes this sustainable, please dig in. What makes this sustainable is that it is made with an animal-free whey protein. So it's
so it's vegan.
It's vegan. It's bioidentical to dairy that comes from animals, but there are actually no animals involved in the making of this whey protein.
I didn't know there was animals in regular cake mix.
Well,
you can have egg or like some dairy, some milk powder in cake
Where
mix
did the eggs come
sometimes.
from?
Wait, this is.
What do you think? Pretty good, right?
No, wait, seriously, can you let people know how good this is?
No, this is delicious. It's
So
very
easy to
moist
make,
and
too.
delicious.
So wait, you just pour it in the pan and call it a day? Oh,
You
this
add
is a game.
water
Right up your alley.
and oil.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, I need you guys to try this because I don't want you to think I'm just saying
this
it.
is
Will you
very
try
good.
this, please?
Very moist.
All right.
Over
Next.
here. Okay. So this is Spudsy.
Ooh.
And one of the trends that we're seeing in sustainable foods is upcycled snacks.
Okay.
So this is made with sweet potatoes that are imperfect and might otherwise go to the landfill.
Oh, that's interesting.
Spudsy says over 150 million pounds of sweet potatoes go to waste every year. So by snacking, you are helping solve the
sour
food
cream
waste
and
problem.
chives are good.
Try that.
It's delicious.
And they're all made out of sweet potatoes?
There's
You
some
wouldn't
rice
even know.
flour, but also sweet potatoes as well.
Okay.
And the sour cream and onion is where it's at.
I didn't think I'd like that because I don't like sweet potato fries. These are
Really?
delicious.
Yeah, they're crunchy. They're kind of like a
Yeah.
Cheeto.
Yeah,
Good,
good, right?
Good.
Okay, what's
Sweet
next?
potatoes.
We're here for it so
Potatoes
far,
in it.
Mackenzie.
Okay, good. I'm glad you like it.
Next category is international foods.
That's right.
This
So-
first one comes from China.
That's right. This is very near and dear to my heart because I grew up eating these. These are haw flakes. They're
What are
from
they called?
Haw flakes.
Haw flakes.
Because they're made with hawthorn fruit. So they're like a cross between a Necco wafer and a fruit leather. See what you think.
Oh.
And they come in these cute little rolls, like a roll of quarters. And you didn't hear it from me, but a cousin of mine used to use them to feed the parking meter.
The way they work?
Yeah,
To be honest with you, that is a taste I have never experienced.
Exactly.
Okay,
Something
new to
Is
you.
it worth experiencing?
Well,
It's good.
this is.
I guess I'll try.
Yeah, try that. That's a candy.
Yeah, it's a fruit. It's like a fruit candy.
And this is licorice from Denmark?
That's right. We are
Now,
headed.
you know licorice can be quite polarizing.
It's polarizing.
That is
Are you a
interesting. That is
licorice fan?
A good finish.
What is this?
Even if you're not a licorice fan, I think that this can convert licorice haters. So this is lakrids from Denmark, where licorice is a national obsession. And what we have over here, these look like gumballs, but it's black licorice coated in chocolate. This is a passion fruit flavor. There's also salted caramel. I love these.
What
I
is
can
this
eat a
one?
ton of these.
What is this one?
This one over here is twisted banana.
And that's just regular licorice.
This is just regular.
I'm not gonna
but
stand.
I
don't
think
like that.
if you are not normally a licorice fan, try it with chocolate. Chocolate makes everything better.
All right.
That's interesting.
What?
Maybe a palate cleanser for you then.
I wish I could put the whole thing in my mouth.
What was it? What'd you put in? Which one did
Look,
you eat?
licorice, as we said, it's not for
polarizing.
everyone. You either love it or you hate it.
Okay, all right. Ice cream, save us.
I was excited I got the ice cream table, and then I found out it's savory ice cream.
Okay, so this is a trend that we're seeing is savory ice cream. It really can be delicious. Over here, we have a pineapple salted egg yolk ice cream, and this is an olive oil roasted eggplant chocolate from Morgenstern's. And we even interviewed an ice cream flavor developer, and she thinks that ranch ice cream is going to be the next hot trend.
I'm recovering.
It's really good. It's really good. It's
all right. I'll take one for the team.
Pineapple-y.
Can I just something I've never heard in my career here at the Today Show? Eat that. If anything, they're like, still stop eating.
Pineapple.
It's the first
Okay.
time.
I don't know if I can get myself to eat
Okay,
this one.
finally, we have
that's good.
kelp pickles.
This
That's
is
good,
good.
I'll do
right?
this. That's really
This is
good.
good.
Kelp pickles are, traditionally parts of many cuisines, but they're also going to be a food of the future because packed full of nutrients.
This is good.
Really sustainable.
Kelp like seaweed?
Like seaweed, exactly. So
right.
it captures carbon, and what we want to do with these is just you can eat them right out of the jar, or you can put them on a salmon burger.
Is it healthy?
Chop them up, put it. It's very healthy. Seaweed is packed with nutrients.
It tastes like a sweet pickle mixed with
seaweed.
Really good in tuna salad.
Okay.
Oh, that would be
That's a
good.
good
Yeah.
salad. Huh. All right, Mackenzie, thank you.
Thank you,
That
guys.
was very enlightening.
Thanks for going on
we'll
this
be right
snack adventure with me.
That vegan cake?
Thank you.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
What goes back together?
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, Jen, it's time to fire up the grill. We got ourselves a Memorial Day barbecue with the one, the only Alex Gornishelli. You look really good.
Yes.
Alex.
First of all, Alex is glowing.
What happened? Yeah,
you look
have
gorgeous.
Good hair and you got good. Everything's happening.
And also, the hamburgers. We also want to just say that you're the host of Food Network's Supermarket Stakeout, and she's here with a decadent burger. And by decadent, we mean a big baby.
This is
big
huge.
burger.
So wait, what are we doing here, Alex? What's first step?
Well, I'm making a cheese sauce. Would you throw this in Parmesan and a little cheddar and what? Okay, I like your style. My tip was going to be add your cheese slowly so it doesn't clump.
Oh, no.
I love
Alex,
you.
Alex.
Go ahead, add that parmesan nice and slowly. New York City style. Dump it in.
Okay.
And you stir it, a little mustard, a little hot sauce. We just add a little bit to just
So
a little warm cream.
That's going to be the sauce on top of the burger? Is that what you're talking about?
this
And
is
the
like-
donkey?
Or a dippy sauce.
Dip sauce.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally make this cheese sauce and then just
Do
Put
whatever.
chips in it.
potato chips or whatever.
Okay, so now the big Mongo burger.
The big moment is we're doing a triple-decker burger with the cheese sauce, okay? We're going all out.
You really are.
What are you doing to us?
For summer,
I
but
know.
you said I look all
Yeah,
glowy.
you
It's
do.
all the
You
hamburgers.
do.
So this is just a mix, right? 85-15, we want short rib and sirloin. Those are the
Wow.
good cuts. We form our burgers nice and thin for the triple-decker.
I like that.
Do you like that
there are
idea?
3 burgers.
Now,
so.
do you put anything in there other than
You
the ground
just
meat?
keep it that?
You know what? I'm glad you asked. People are always working their burgers.
yeah.
It gets tough, the meat.
Oh.
Just make a little patty. Be gentle.
But you don't want to add spices in there. You put them out. You put just salt and pepper at
plain
the
meat
end.
with some salt and pepper.
That's it.
You're a classic.
Yeah, exactly. And then we just drop them in a hot pan and you just get them cooking.
Is there oil on that?
Yeah, a little bit. No oil on the burgers themselves, but just pop them right in the pan like this, right?
But what's in the pan?
Just
Oil.
a little hot canola oil.
Oh, okay.
That's it. We keep it really simple. You could throw these on the grill. When you're done cooking them and you have this lovely burger juices, that's where we make our onion topping. We go right in the same pan. Ooh, and pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
In with the onions because it's like zingy,
Yeah, I
vinegary.
kind of like that. I love this
It's a-
idea. You're using the meat juice and some pickle juice.
And it's sitting in your fridge in the jar of pickles. You have one lonely pickle, like, help me.
That's true.
All that
What are you going
brine,
to do with
dump
it?
it in there. Salad
I heard that
dressings.
if you have cramps, you should drink pickle juice.
Is that true?
I'm not sure.
I think that if you have Memorial Day needs for a triple-decker burger, it's good too.
Yeah.
Let's throw that in there.
Okay, what are we making here? What is
So
it?
we're
The side
making
salad?
a little topping, with a little oil, vinegar, a little lemon, a little.
I feel like that takes it up a notch.
Well, here's my other little tip: is instead of doing slices that slide all around with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tomatoes, we cut them up so they
Yes.
don't fall out
Look,
as
to put
much.
a little beautiful salad on your hamburger.
So,
Yeah.
so you toast your bun.
So you do. Yeah, I toast my bun.
Are you a toaster?
Yes, of course I am.
Yeah, let's toast it up.
Sorry, Hoda.
No, you know what? For a hot dog, however, I don't.
Because you want that.
I want that mushy New York street dog vibe.
Okay, so here's the cheese sauce.
So this is how we built. A little
Look
of
at
those
that.
pickly onions, a little bit of that cheese sauce, and we just build, right, that nice mix.
And then another patty on top?
Yeah, we do that. And then we
Wow,
cheese sauce, please.
3 is
Dr.
This is-
Cheese sauce.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
who is
ma'am.
who's this is like humongo.
This is America.
Yes.
This is Memorial
Yes,
Day.
more,
Yes.
one more bun.
Less is more.
Oh, we gotta try them.
Yeah, let's get it.
Oops.
I love it. Perfect.
I think 3 might be too many. Just saying.
Yeah, no, you can
Now,
go
can
2,
you put
can
ketchup
go
on
1.
this, or you're not for that?
You can totally put ketchup.
I don't think mine has cheese sauce.
I can't work.
Oh, that's yours.
We're switching.
Oops.
Give me that.
And then just a little potato salad to go with that. You could do 2 of these.
Just clean and oil your grill and get it good and hot. And
You will have great results. Keep it
Love it.
simple.
So yummy.
The last moment of this segment is just people chewing. I think this is a testament to the fact that people have got to sit down with this.
Potato salad is basically has relish in it and mustard.
It's no mayo. It's just a little olive oil and mustard to keep it light for the
Olive oil
burger.
and mustard, that's it?
But
Yeah,
there's
a little bit of
pickles.
vinegar.
What are
And
these
juice?
pickles?
And chopped up pickles and pickle juice.
pickle juice.
I put pickle juice in everything.
Yeah, Alex, you're the best. So to get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Well, thank you for joining us for this episode of Today in 30. We'll see you tomorrow right here on Today.
Over the years, I have been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
Exactly.
darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm putting those days behind me for good. Today, Darnell's Super Chef Ferguson is going to teach me his tricks for the most important meal of the day, breakfast. We're making an American-style omelet with all the fixings, the crispiest candied bacon, and a classic pancakes that everyone in my family will love. I'm feeling pretty confident about this one, and I love breakfast. So let's get started. Darnell Ferguson, thank you for coming all this way. I really love breakfast. I even like breakfast for dinner. Do you ever do that?
See, that's what I was gonna say. We're gonna do breakfast, brunch, and some Brenner.
Okay,
know?
exactly. I love Brenner.
Our plan for today is 1, Savannah will learn how to cook a flawless sunny side up egg. 2, we'll cook an American style omelet. 3, sprinkle brown sugar and grind pepper for candied bacon. 4, make the pancake batter. 5, use the griddle to make the pancakes. 6, plate and serve.
This is probably gonna make you laugh. I don't really know how to fry an egg. I mean, I've tried it before. I don't know. I don't know how to flip it over. Could we just learn that basic thing first?
Yeah, so since you don't know how to flip it over, let's start with sunny side up.
Okay.
Which is my favorite style of eggs.
All right.
The least cooked egg is a sunny side up egg. Then you have over easy, you have over medium, and every egg keeps getting cooked more. We have our eggs right here.
Okay.
Little 101 for cracking eggs is never crack it on the corner.
Okay.
Do you crack it on the corner at home?
Yeah.
From here on out, you're not going to, okay?
Yeah.
So we're gonna crack it on a flat surface.
Well, but then see, that wasn't very
Perfect.
good.
See, that was easy.
Should I try it again?
Yeah, try another one. There
Just
you
let
go.
me try.
Okay.
This is the only way to learn.
You were strong, so yeah, there you go.
Okay, that was
Perfect.
better.
See? Round 2 is there now.
Practice makes
Yep.
perfect. Okay,
So
now.
we're gonna lightly just let that egg just fall right into the pan.
I see you just did yolk last. Was that on purpose?
Oh no, I don't have a choice. The egg is in control of this.
Okay,
It's gonna do what it wants to do. I'm just here as a bystander.
Okay, the egg is driving. I'd be worried. I'm already feeling a little stressed like it's gonna burn.
No, it's not gonna burn. It's
Okay.
very low temperatures.
Okay.
Very low. So you don't have to worry about that. And it shouldn't stick because it's non-stick pan. Yours looks like something that is not a true like egg, how perfect that looks.
I mean, it really does. It kind of
does.
looks fake.
Yeah, it does. Like yours doesn't even like a real egg. That's how good you are. You see, that's the confidence you need.
Oh, now you're good for my confidence.
Okay, so we're gonna get a little bit of butter,
Okay.
right?
And then what?
And then once it melts down, we're going to take our spoon and we're going to just put the butter over the egg whites.
Okay,
and that's going
that's
to help cook it.
That's cool.
So you're taking a hot liquid
Yes.
and you're putting over your undercooked eggs.
But not on the yolk, just on the whites.
Just on the whites.
Okay.
Here you go. I'll show you this perfect egg, which is almost done. Only
Yes.
has about another 30 seconds.
How do you know it's almost done?
It'll be firm.
Okay.
So now it's finished.
Okay.
Now our sunny side up egg, you've done this. Easy, just like a pro. Now we
Okay.
can put it on our plates.
Wow.
You grab your toast plate.
Okay.
Making eggs is one of the easiest things, but I will tell you this. If you ever want to know how great a chef is,
Yes.
tell them to make you eggs.
Really? Why?
It takes time. It takes a lot of skill. And
How do you get it off the pan?
so it just want to fall right on off.
Oh, you're just
It'll
gonna kind of like
Yep.
slide it.
Just slide it right on off. We have a
Okay.
little flaky sea salt.
Okay, yes. This looks incredible, by the way.
Well, you did it. See?
Wow.
Look at this.
Okay.
And then we got a little black pepper if you like it.
How do you know, though? I guess I'm still obsessed with this, like the yolk. How do I know if it's like runny or thick enough?
The yolk is the easy part.
Okay.
You want it runny. It's
Right.
it's the whites
Okay.
that you want cooked.
Okay.
So the whites are cooked, the yolk is runny, that's sunny side up. And
Look at us.
Toast.
Just two chefs
Yep.
making eggs. Cheers.
Yes. You want to try it out? This is what everybody wants.
Oh
in
my
here.
gosh, so good. And of course, I like to mop it up with the toast.
Yes.
Mm,
That's delicious.
so good. Darnell, I think we're ready to graduate to something even trickier.
So you ready to go into omelet making?
I am.
So let's have a good toast to those sunny side up eggs that we made.
We always have a cocktail on the show.
I love it.
I think we're mimosing today. Let me see.
That's delicious.
Ease up on the orange juice.
Omelets are fun. There's not a lot of things you cook that are fun to cook, but omelets are fun to do.
Okay, I'm into this.
They're fast. It'll make you feel like you're in the NBA for a little bit because you can do it and you'll get your confidence up. The first thing you want to do is what we call mise en place. We have everything laid out first, and then we want to make sure our knife skills are perfect. So the first thing we're going to actually do is the ham.
I've learned a couple things about knives.
You're doing great.
Okay.
There you go. I worry about your hands being out like that.
I know. Actually, when I took piano lessons when I was 6, Mr.
Mhm.
Cloret made us do the piano like this. You know, you were supposed to have curved fingers. That's
Yeah.
what, I need to remember that.
It's a great way. So just small pieces, consistent sizes. That
Okay.
way the omelet is pretty smooth.
Okay.
There we go.
This looks so good. Okay. All right, chopped enough. We got plenty of ham.
Yes.
Ham is my favorite, though. So good.
Ham, wait till you try the candied bacon.
Oh,
It's gonna be
okay.
your new favorite.
All
I know your
right.
kids are gonna love it, by the way. Let's do our eggs. now.
Eggs, okay. I
Crack 2
learned from a
eggs.
very wise chef. Never on the corner, always here. Now
So
we
we're gonna
whisk.
whisk it?
Okay. I know this from scrambling.
Yes.
I usually do it with a fork. Does it matter?
No.
Okay.
Whisk is, we're gonna put more air into it. So, a little salt and pepper in here.
Okay. Oh yes, always salt and pepper. Okay.
Go.
Like this much salt, or is that too much?
No, that's great.
Like what about?
Remember, you can always add more later.
Okay, I know. I tend to undersalt, but now I've been told by so many of you chefs to put more salt that I might be oversalting. How's that? Good?
That looks great. Looks great. We'll whisk that together.
Do you ever put milk in it or no?
Scrambled eggs, I like to put the fat in there. I like to put the milk in there. And it stretches out your eggs so you got a lot of kids to cook for at home.
Yeah.
So I have 8 kids. 6 who stay at my house full time. So
Oh my gosh.
that's why I call my wife my junior chef, because she's always cooking for juniors.
Oh.
So
That's amazing. Wow. Okay.
before, we're gonna put a little butter in here. We're gonna let it
Yes.
foam up a little bit.
This is my big question about omelet making. When do you put the toppings in?
So there's no right answer to that. You can put it in before, like we're gonna do today,
Yeah.
and let them cook a little bit.
You
And-
mean you put the, wait a minute.
Mhm.
You put the vegetables in before the eggs?
Yes, that is one way of doing it.
Okay, wow, you're blowing my mind.
Now let's go ahead and put whatever vegetables and meats you want to put inside.
Okay, so
here.
this would be when I put the spinach in.
Yes,
Which I don't usually like spinach, but I want to learn, so I'm putting
help
it in.
soften it up a little bit.
Now these are big old leaves. Should I have chopped those smaller?
No, they're gonna cook down.
I'll put a couple peppers.
So we have this going, and remember, all these meats are cured meats, so they're already cooked enough.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're not worried about cooking the meats.
Got it. It's
Right?
more like heating them up.
Exactly.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and pour our eggs in.
Okay. So this is enough.
That's enough.
I don't have to wait for these to be brown
No.
or anything? Okay.
No.
Okay.
There you go. Pour it right in there.
Okay. Ooh.
Fancy.
Okay.
All right. So now go ahead and scramble your egg a little bit.
Okay.
Because we want to get everything evenly incorporated.
Okay.
There you go. And then now we're going to let it set. Perfect.
Get over there. I want it to look like yours does then.
So look, now I'm going under my egg a little bit, allowing the runniness to run off and go underneath it. Yep. So you don't have
I don't
much
have
right
any
there.
runniness.
So you have a little bit right
Well,
there.
right there. Should I just make a hole for it?
There you go. We'll help each other out.
Okay.
There you go. And then
Now
you don't have
lift.
much.
Okay. Oh, but I want that. Oh, I see. So like any of this little extra bits.
Yep, now it's cooking. So we'll leave it like this for 1 second.
So do you feel like a spatula like this is the good implement, like the
you
easiest?
need a rubber spatula.
A rubber spatula,
Yep.
okay.
Would you rather just put our toppings right here and fold it over, or do you want to flip an omelet first?
I think I need to learn to flip.
Okay, we're going to assist the flip. It's called an
Okay.
assisted flip.
Assisted flip.
I have my spatula under a little.
Yes.
And I'm going to use that to help me flip my egg over.
Oh, the whole thing?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, no way can I do this.
Your
no
left
way.
hand is hard
Yes,
for
I'm a
left-handed people.
Everything's hard for us.
So go towards the top.
Wait, what? Oh, because I was gonna flip it that way, but you don't
that's
think
what's more comfortable. I'm not left-handed.
Okay,
so
yeah.
everything's different for people.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, we're specialists.
So go
lefties.
under a lot,
Okay,
and then
I'm
you want
under
to
a lot.
assist
Okay.
it with the flip over like that.
I'm scared.
It's like jumping in a pool.
I can't. Okay, one.
You have it.
I know it's gonna fail. Okay, one. I don't want to ruin it. See?
No, you're
but
good.
it didn't.
Now you go back and you just get the rest over.
Okay, but
See?
that wasn't good.
That was good.
Is it supposed to? No, I did it wrong.
No, you're perfect.
But is it? Look, it's folded now like a burrito.
You're gonna fold it over again. It's okay.
Okay.
So now you'll
just
put your
leave
cheese
it, just
inside.
roll with it like that.
Yep.
Okay.
Now you'll put. I like Gruyere cheese.
Okay, me too. Which
So
one's that?
That's that one. Yes.
I like that too.
So put it on the furthest point of your omelet,
Oh, that's interesting. Why is that?
because you're gonna flip it over and you want all that heat to sit right on top of it.
I'm gonna do. Which is this sausage?
That is sausage.
Sausage is my
Yes.
favorite. Ham is my favorite. I'm going for it.
There you go.
And all on the side too again.
Yep, all on that
Okay.
side. You did a good job flipping.
Then I
did.
don't know. I want it, but was it supposed to be like half like this, or was it supposed to really be covering the whole
This
pan?
is at home cooking. You know, now if you were in the restaurant and we had to, see, this is what you're about to eat at home. So that is perfect for at home.
But I want to get an A, Darnell. I want to be
That's
like.
an A minus, but
Okay,
it's still an A.
okay,
You
okay,
know? So
okay.
Then I want to flip my egg
Okay,
over
we're
to the
flipping
other
again.
side.
Oh, like another folder, like
Yep.
this, like that.
Yep, just fold it over. Yep.
See, assisted with Darnell. Now it's getting kind of brown. Is that too brown?
No, you're fine.
I mean, look, this is a disaster.
That is good.
No, you know it isn't. And now these guys are falling out.
Well, technically you're going to eat them anyway.
Okay,
So you got to keep your eyes on the prize.
but I don't think they're getting too warm.
There you go.
Come on, Darnell. You know this is a fail. You don't have to be nice about it. Can I just creep those guys in? there?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then we put it on our plates.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
I wouldn't flip it again. I feel like it needs another flip.
Flip yours one more time. See, there you go.
Yeah, okay. I like to flip a lot. This is the saddest omelet. You know it. We all know it. Let's compare. Oh.
Not
Wonder
that
who
bad.
did what. It
So-
doesn't look that bad.
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're being hard on yourself.
Okay.
This is just one part of breakfast. We still have to do the candied bacon and the powerful pancakes.
Oh, okay. So
can you
I'll
sit
go
these
get these on the table.
All right.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Everybody loves bacon.
No, everyone loves candied bacon.
I was gonna say, usually if I make bacon, I just put it in the microwave. Can we still be friends?
We can be friends, because if you're cooking, that means I'm eating.
Okay.
Yes.
But candied bacon seems intimidating.
Yes. Super Chefs, our restaurants, are the home of the candied bacon.
Okay.
This is our specialty. You cannot even come in and ask for regular bacon. We don't offer it.
How do we do it?
So I'm gonna open up the pack.
Okay.
I'll open it for you. You can get us half a cup of brown sugar in that bowl for me.
All right. Like just pack it a little?
Yeah, pack it down. We're gonna lay our bacon sideways. So if you're cooking bacon at home, the reason why the microwave isn't the best method is because it shrivels down the bacon.
Well, that's true.
Yep. Whereas if you cook it on the sheet tray or you cook it in the oven, it keeps the bacon the same length as the bacon.
Now you have this like wire rack and foil. Is that necessary?
It's really necessary for candied bacon.
Okay.
So we have the wire rack, that way the bacon doesn't cook in its own fat. So
How'd you get into cooking, Darnell?
I got into cooking by watching Emeril on TV. He was my inspiration. He was very unique. And if I wasn't going to be a chef, I was going to be a Navy SEAL, so he had a really good uniform on. And I wanted to wear a uniform. So
Now you have a chef's uniform.
Yeah, now we have chef coats, which everyone has to wear I'm gonna get you a chef coat.
Oh, I don't know if I deserve it.
First thing we're gonna do is we're going to freshly cracked black pepper on top of it.
How much?
How much pepper do you like? A little bit.
I only like a little.
So we'll put a little bit on there. See, that's the thing about cooking. It's about the person, not the recipe. I'm gonna go right down one piece first.
Oh, okay.
See, you're a rebel. You just went everywhere. I like
know. It's like, well, I didn't know. Now I see I should have watched you first. Yours is more classy. But you're putting a lot on there.
Well, I want to taste something besides sweet. Because black pepper also has a little heat to it.
Yeah, okay.
And then we're gonna sprinkle brown sugar on top of each piece.
So,
Be as attentive as you would like to.
Okay.
Here we go. So if you want to grab these two and take them to the oven, I can open the door for you.
Oh, we're doing oven, we're not frying. Yeah.
No, always at home. Turn your oven on 400 degrees.
Yes.
Put your bacon on a rack and just put a timer.
Oh, really?
You don't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
It'll come out perfectly and it won't lose all of its size.
Oh.
We'll go ahead and put these in the oven on 400 for 25 minutes.
Okay, got it. Does it matter which rack?
No, because we're gonna use both of them.
Okay.
Now, if we have the broiler on, then it matters which rack. But since we have it on bake, it won't matter.
All right.
See, you are almost there with candied bacon.
That wasn't that hard.
No, that was easy.
Yeah.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's pancake time.
Okay.
So I gave you a personal recipe of mine. You know, I worked on this for years to perfect it.
This is the Darnell Ferguson perfect pancake right
Yes,
here.
this is it right here. So we're gonna start with the batter first.
Bye-bye Bisquick.
Yeah. Yes, bye-bye.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do first is our wet mix. We're
Okay.
gonna start with our version, well, my version of buttermilk.
Okay, 2 cups, which you can see. sweet. Now, why not just use old buttermilk? Like, why are we using our own?
Okay, so this is what happened. In the restaurants, buttermilk is so expensive compared to regular milk that I could not feasibly charge people what I had to for how much the buttermilk was costing me. So I figured out how to make the same exact thing happen.
So milk plus, oh, this looks like a quarter cup of the
distilled vinegar, yep.
Okay, and am I just stirring this up?
Nope, just let it sit.
Oh, okay.
Let it sit, the curdle a little bit. You see it's getting a little thicker
Oh,
up top.
I do see that.
See? Like buttermilk would get.
Interesting.
Yep, so we have that going on. Now let's go ahead and crack 3 eggs inside of here.
Okay.
There we go. There for your shells.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Thank you. You wanted to use the side of this at first, I can tell.
I did, but I fought the urge because you taught me and I don't want you to think I'm not listening. I am definitely
Thank you.
listening. Yeah.
Let's try this last egg one-handed. So the key with one-handed eggs is you just want to separate it like this. That way when you crack it right in the middle, you're just pulling it apart.
Okay, I don't know how this is gonna
It
go.
was a little nervous when I had to learn it my first time. There you go. Now you just pull it, there you go. Look, look at
Stop! Oh my
Good
gosh,
job.
I would high five you, but I'm all yolky. Okay, now am I whisking these?
Yep, you're gonna go ahead and whisk them together.
Am I trying to get air like I was for the other?
Nope,
for the
just
omelet?
incorporating.
Okay,
There you go,
so
perfect.
is that good?
Yep.
All right.
So let's go ahead and add our vanilla to our eggs.
Okay, let me see. It says I'm obsessed with 1 teaspoon vanilla. Okay.
1 teaspoon of vanilla going right in there. This is our wet mix.
That's it.
So you can go ahead and pour this inside of here if you like.
Okay.
See that? That's what we want right there.
Wow, look at that. How interesting. It's all lumpy.
Yep, just like buttermilk.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, so it's mixed. So,
Now this is where I could get kind of messy.
so we'll move that to the side now because you have it done and it's perfect.
Is it whisked enough?
Oh, it's going to be whisked up now. So now we have our dry mix. We have our flour here.
Yes.
We're going to add sugar. We are adding
3/4 cup sugar. Okay. This says 1 teaspoon baking soda.
Then 2 baking powder.
Okay.
Yep. You need twice as much baking powder than you do baking soda when you're making this batter.
Okay, good to know.
There you go. So we got a little salt going in there too.
How much?
1 teaspoon.
I hate it when they don't tell me how much, you know? I want to know.
Yeah.
It's always like, you chefs, it's always like, a sprinkle of this, a dash of that. Like, well, what about us mortals? We don't know what to do. Okay, now, do I stir it?
There you go.
Okay. Now I'm just kind of mixing it
Yep,
about.
incorporating it in before we mix everything at one time.
Okay. Flour is so messy.
This is where you put the apron on in the restaurant.
Yes.
You put it on at home.
I really should. But I wanted to wear this sweater because we're going to make magic. Abracadabra.
A little bit in.
And start stirring.
Yep.
Now, is this one of those things where you don't want to, like, oh, shoot, over-mix?
This is that thing.
Okay.
That you don't want to overmix.
How's my whisking technique? Like,
You whisk with your shoulders. You want to whisk with your
like
wrist.
what? Like that?
Yep. So more like
Like,
this.
show me.
You see, less. So when you're doing it, your whole arm is into it.
That's right.
Yeah. You just want to.
I'm whisking.
Yep.
Okay.
There you go.
It already looks
You
like
see your air
nice
bubbles
and thick.
starting
Yes.
to form.
And air bubbles are okay, right?
Air bubbles are what's gonna make it rise.
Oh.
You know, it's gonna be those little pockets of air that's gonna form. So you're perfect right there. You don't have to mix. Look at you.
Clean whisk.
Clean
I was
whisk.
never worried.
So now we're gonna move over to this contraption here.
Okay, this
is our flat top griddle, which is also my favorite cooking utensil in the kitchen. So we have it turned on 300 degrees.
Okay.
Look how much fat is on there. That's all you need.
Okay, wow.
So we're gonna get one ladle right there.
Does this look?
That looks great.
Okay.
Do it right in the middle of that.
Ooh.
There you go.
Okay. Do you want me to do
I'm gonna
yours?
put another. Yep, do one for me.
Now, big question would be, when do you put the toppings in? Like when it's almost cooked? Do I do it now?
Always put the toppings in before you're gonna flip it.
Okay.
Because what happens is, if you put them in now, imagine we put these big old chips inside
Yes.
of here now. It's gonna weight down the batter
Yeah.
from rising. We want it to rise, right?
Yeah. When do you flip the pancake?
So you'll see the bubbles starting to form.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the outside of it starting to not break over.
Now, I shouldn't be like messing with it,
No,
right?
you shouldn't. You like to touch your food
I
when
do.
you're
I
cooking it.
want to see what's happening. I get antsy.
The goal is when you flip it, you don't want to flip it and the batter runs everywhere.
Why is it already smelling so good?
Because I did the recipe.
It has a little Darnell magic.
About 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes
Okay.
on each side.
Okay.
We're
Okay.
ready to flip
Now,
some
well, wait.
pancakes.
All right, let's watch the flip. We already had. Okay.
See, I'm going under 1st. Make sure I got enough underneath there.
God, the pressure.
And then just
Go
a
on.
good flip.
Mine's bigger.
This is
This is like, okay, come on.
confidence. See, confidence.
Do
do it.
1, 2, ready, go.
Yes!
Perfect. Look at that.
Yeah, and that's perfect.
And I see you want to smash it down.
I do. I wanted to
Don't
so
do it.
bad.
I see
I wanted to.
you wanted to smash it down
I
so
did.
bad. I can
What?
tell. No, because you want it to rise.
Okay.
You know, allow the baking powder, baking soda, and the vinegar to do what they were created to do.
Wow, you really get me.
So let's toast to your pancake flipping, your omelet half flipping.
Half flipping. I'm working on that.
But you're doing a great job.
What about egg cracking?
Oh, the egg was 100%. One-handed
egg cracking.
So we're ready to go have the plate here, and then our next go around, we're going to just get creative.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yum.
And let's drop some more pancakes.
Now, do I need to respray?
Well, I'm going to wipe it down first because you can see the oil now has started to burn.
Yeah. I'm going to spray it up.
Yep.
I'm going to do yours too. Okay.
Perfect.
Now, let's see if I've learned this at all. How's that look to you? Enough?
Great.
Okay. Now, wait 10 years while it cooks on each side.
It does take some time. I will give you that.
Now, because the previous Savannah that had not been personally trained by Darnell would have probably flipped it right then. Because I'm like, oh, bubbles. But now I know, kind of wait.
Even bubbles.
Patience, grasshopper.
So what kind of toppings are you going to, what kind of filling are you going to put in these? I'm going funfetti for sure.
Yeah, I think if my kids were here, they would definitely not pick the blueberries because it seems healthy and close to the earth. They'd go more for this.
Yeah, so you're going to do chocolate and
I think I'm going to do chocolate and funfetti. Is that crazy? Or chocolate and peanut butter?
Now that sounds like a
chocolate peanut butter
Snickers
sounds
made in
good.
heaven.
Yeah, that does. Okay, you're right. Chocolate peanut butter.
So go ahead, now it's time.
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
it's
that
time.
pancake.
Okay, so now I'm gonna see how you just spread throughout or only in the middle.
Oh, all throughout.
My kids would die over that. That's so fun. Now look, I want to flip it,
Now
but
you're ready.
Am I? Because then this is gonna be right against the hot stove. That's okay?
Oh, that's what we want.
Oh, okay.
Same time, okay.
Oh, God.
One.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Stressed out.
1, 2, ready, go.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's a perfect pancake.
Look at,
You
almost smushed it down. I'm never using the box batter again.
Yes.
That
We're
looks
ready.
done, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So I like to put them upside down so you can actually see which pancakes are which.
Yes.
Look at that.
Ding, ding. That looks so good. Okay, bacon's almost done. Should we do a couple more, I guess?
Yes, let's drop a couple more while we get the bacon out the oven.
Can you save this batter, by the way?
You can use that batter for the next 5 days.
No!
So make it one time, cook a little bit that day, the next morning you wake up. That's how people cook pancakes every morning.
Oh my gosh.
It is that time to get this bacon.
Okay.
There you go, so you don't burn yourself.
Yeah. Oh, you've heard about me. Ooh, it smells so good. Oh my gosh, this looks incredible.
Shut up.
Ah, graceful as always. Okay. There we go. Man, that looks good.
Look at that bacon.
Oh my gosh. Yum, this is perfect. It seriously looks so pro. Now I'm just trying to.
Extremely hungry.
I know, me too, me
So
too.
one thing you want to do is while the bacon's still hot,
Yes.
you want to move it off the tray.
Okay,
because
so-
if you let the bacon sit, then it has that chance that it's hardening from the candy.
Hardening, okay,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, so move that, yeah.
Perfect gloss on top of the bacon.
I mean, it looks
See little
perfect.
specks of brown sugar. I imagine this is the one you made because it has less brown sugar on it. I'll take the
It's
little
true, but that's
crispy
good to
pieces.
know.
I'm starving now.
Okay. All right, shall we? Want to grab the pancakes?
Yes, let's go eat.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Breakfast with the Breakfast King. Let's go.
Oh, and now the Breakfast Queen.
Exactly. Well, trying. Maybe princess.
Princess.
The Breakfast Apprentice. Okay. My omelet doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's a little wonky, but I'm sure it'll taste just fine. Okay. Pretty good if I do say so myself. How's yours?
Whoever made this knew what they were doing.
I gotta eat the pancakes. I mean, come on.
That's good.
That is so delicious.
It's
Oh my
nice,
gosh.
it's light.
It's light, it's fluffy. Goodbye, boxed mix.
Yes.
Hello, Darnell.
A couple more
Oh my gosh.
ingredients to buy at the grocery store, but it's worth it.
It's worth it, and it doesn't take that much longer. Mm-mm.
Now you have to
That
try
is-
the bacon too.
Okay. Oh yeah, the bacon.
You forgot all about the
I
bacon.
know, I did actually. That is delicious.
I'm glad you like it.
We love to have people over. I love to cook a big old breakfast. This is a good time to kind of show off and make it seem like you got skills.
Yep, and all it takes is a little sprinkles, some chocolates, chips, and some peanut butter chips.
Oh yeah.
Takes it to a whole nother level.
And the candied bacon.
That will be the star of your house if you have a party or brunch and you have that.
I mean, people will never leave.
Well, now you gotta put it in to-go boxes.
Yeah.
That way they know it's not for here forever.
Thank you so much for teaching me.
No, thanks for allowing me being easy, understanding, and not touching the food so much.
Well, I feel like you gave me some really good secrets, like some special just Darnell stuff, and I'm so honored. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Things I've just been working on for about 10 to 12 years. you know?
Yeah.
Gave them to you in 10 to 12 minutes.
I know. It's like all this heart. I'm really excited to
Oh.
try it.
You did a great job.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yes.
That's right.
Good morning. Honoring the victims. The close-knit community of Uvalde, Texas pays tribute to the 21 lives lost in that horrific school shooting as chilling new video emerges of the gunman running into Robb Elementary and the chaos that unfolded as parents first arrived at the scene. Investigators piecing together the timeline, searching for a motive while facing tough questions about their initial response to the massacre. Savannah is live with the very latest.